بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير حضورنا الكريم، ويسعدنا أن نرحب بكم في اليوم الثاني والأخير لورشة العمل الإقليمية التي ينظمها جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء حول الدور المتغير للإحصاءات الرسمية في دولة قطر بعنوان ثقافة البيانات مهمة. ونتابع الحلقات النقاشية التي بدأناها يوم أمس مع الحلقة النقاشية الرابعة بعنوان الدقة في التنمية المستدامة باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي، يترأسها الدكتور محمد عمران، عالم أول في معهد قطر لبحوث الحوسبة، فليتفضل مشكوراً.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you have enjoyed your first day of the event. Welcome to the second day. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the session on precision in sustainable development goals with artificial intelligence. My name is Muhammad Imran, and I'm from Qatar Computing Research Institute from Hamad bin Khalifa University here in Qatar. And in this session, we are going to focus on the role of AI and machine learning for making progress on SDGs. We will hear about different applications that people are working on around the world using remote sensing, social sensing, and the fusion of different types of data sources with the help of AI machine learning techniques. Well, we have a great lineup of speakers today who are working on different sustainable development goals, and as I said, using conventional as well as unconventional data sources, and with the help of artificial intelligence. Each speaker will have around 15 minutes for the talk, and we'll have a question-answer session at the end around for 10 minutes, where we'll take questions from the audience. So without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Doyon King from Unicef. So Dr. Doyon King is a data science lead at Unicef Giga Initiative with more than a decade of experience working on geospatial analysis and remote sensing applications. He earned his PhD from the University of Maryland in 2015, focusing on the use of remote sensing data for global scale land cover and land use change analysis. So Dr. Kim will talk about mapping schools, locations using artificial intelligence and high resolution satellite imagery in support of the Giga Initiative. Floor is yours, Dr. Kim.
Thank you for the nice introduction, Dr. Imran. So I'm very pleased to be able to have this opportunity to introduce about our work in the framework of the Giga Initiative, and our work around using AI algorithm and to make it operational for the context of the Giga Initiative. So my name is, again, Doyon Kim. I'm leading data science effort at the Giga Initiative. So mostly today I'm going to talk about the very details about our effort to use the AI and high-resolution satellite imagery. But before that, let me talk briefly about Giga Initiative. So Giga Initiative is a joint program between UNICEF and ITU, International Telecommunication Union, and The purpose of the Giga Initiative is to provide the internet connectivity to every school in the world. So to support these goals and purpose and the operations of the Giga Initiative, our data science team is working hard to collect the base information that is essential for the operations of the Giga Initiative. So that includes the exact accurate locations of the schools, and also the information around the internet connectivity of each school. So this is an example that of this data that we collected in Brazil. So as you can see, the red dots indicate the schools with no internet connectivity. And the green dots indicates the schools with the existing internet connectivity. So understanding this distribution of the different status of the school connectivity is important to be able to work with our partners to provide this connectivity. So since 2019, when Giga is first established, we have been working to map those school locations. We achieved more than 1 million school mapped currently. And based on those informations and data, we could work with our partners and the collaborators to provide internet connectivity to more than 3,700 schools. And it is actually more than 1.3 million students connected, studying in those schools. So I briefly talked about the purpose of the Giga Initiative and why having this accurate school location information is important. So let me briefly talk about the works that we do to collect this information of the school locations. So once we have an initial conversation with the Unicef country office and government with the intention to initiate the Giga project in their country, then we start to look into available data set in terms of the school location. So in the ideal situation, there is all well cleaned and structured school location data, but it hardly actually happens. So if there is some existing data and then it is not perfect, then we try to make some supplement by deploying some field operations, by sending some people to collect the ground data, or otherwise we try to use the different method. In this case, using AI and machine learning to detect the school locations from very high resolution satellite imagery. So we have tried different methods in different countries. Recently, we tested this method in Sudan. So we made a lot of good output out of this recent project with the Sudan. So let me talk more about this project that we have done. So this project has done as a collaboration between Giga Initiative and then Sudan, UNICEF Sudan Country Office to prepare the initiation of the Giga project in the country. So as you can see in the figure, the initially given data set of the school location was not really perfect. So you can see that this yellow border is a Sudan country boundary, and the majority of the data is going out of this country boundary. So only out of around 25,000 school location data, only 6,000 schools from this original data set located within this Sudan country boundary. So we have to go through all these 6,000 location points and validate it to get 2,000 school locations as an initial input for the model AI model development. So for this AI model development, besides this initial input of the school location data, we need a lot of resources, including very high resolution satellite imagery, which is mostly in the case the commercial data set. And we put actually a lot of effort to make this good partnership with this private sector, and then also with the US State Department, so that we can get the comprehensive data accessibility. So also we need a very high performance computing cluster to train and run our model. So one of our partners that is providing a very good high capacity computing resources. So based on these resources, through our private and public partnership, we could actually start working on developing these AI models. So we tried different types of the AI models. Probably we don't really want to go deep in the details, but there are the first type of the method that we have tried is the method called a tile-based classification. So it is like we show this image subset of the satellite imagery to machine learning, and then also tell this machine learning algorithm that this image includes school buildings in it, and the other image doesn't have the school image. So if we do this iteratively, then machine finally learns to distinguish the image tiles with the schools and image tiles with no schools. So once we have a satisfactory accuracy in terms of the model development, then we show this machine learning model, this unseen satellite image tile, and then make a prediction to decide whether this is a school image tile or not. So this is a simple explanation of this kind of model development. And then we try this in the listed countries, and also try to develop some regional models so that we can apply in different continents. Even we tried the global model, but the global model was not really performing very well, but a regional model was working properly, we found. So based on this kind of success developing these machine learning algorithms, we make some advancement that applied in Sudan project. So previous method just identified the satellite imagery, whether they have school buildings in it, but we actually needed to pinpoint the location of the school buildings within this image, each satellite image tile. So this method called object detection model actually accurately pinpoint the school location and provide the boundary of the school compound. So in order to do that, we need to go through a lot of manual procedure. So this is a very important procedure when we develop this AI algorithm. So human has to put a lot of input to prepare these training samples, so that we can inform this machine learning about which area is actually school compound, and you have to learn about distinguish the features from the school compound and from other areas. So this is a very important procedure for this machine learning algorithm. At the same time, this is most labor-intensive and time-consuming procedure. So the key of the success of this scalable AI development is how to reduce this effort to prepare this kind of training samples. So we will come back to that topic later. But as the output of this model development, initially we got accuracy of around 80%. It is quite decent considering that the school building is hard to detect using this kind of method, but still we were getting a lot of false detection. For example, some buildings from the industrial area were detected as schools, and some buildings with the fences and other areas as well. So we, as a second phase of this project, we went through, to refining these training samples again, and putting more efforts to reduce or, to supplement this training sample library. So after this effort, putting more training samples and reducing, we could increase the accuracy of this model by about 10%. So its current accuracy of this model is more or less 90%. So we were actually quite confident about the performance of this model, capturing the school location. So the next phase would be applying this model to the entire country of Sudan. So there is actually a problem because Sudan is quite a huge country. So when we translate this entire country into 600 by 600 meter grid cells, then it becomes about 5.7 million grid tiles. So that much amount of imagery, high resolution satellite imagery has to be downloaded. So we did a little bit of effort to reduce down the numbers by combining with some existing settlement data, only to focus on the settlement area. So the number went down to 1.2, 1.3 million grid cells. Still, it is too many tasks that we have to work on. So if we didn't develop this AI algorithm, then we have to go through all these image tiles manually and decide whether this is school location within this satellite image or not. But because we already developed these AI algorithms, we apply these algorithms on this 1.2 million tiles. So as a result, we could predict the locations of the 20,000 schools. So it reduced from 1.2 million tiles to just 20,000 tiles that we have to go through and validate manually. So it is huge progress, I would say. And then this is totally doable by human labor. So even our research intern could go through this old image tiles and finish the validation within 3 days. So this can be progress to make it more sustainable in terms of the application of this machine learning algorithm. So this briefly shows the result of our prediction. So yellow dots are the predicted school location by our machine learning algorithms, while the red dots indicate the actual school location. So you can see that exactly matches in the most of the cases. And those, on the right corner, there are some typical schools identified by our machine learning algorithms. So this improves a lot in many aspects. So here, a red dot indicates the original data set. In this area, there are 3 schools we can actually see. It is clustered school area, but by human annotator, they only put 1 school in this area. By applying this machine learning, we could successfully find these 3 schools accurately. And also, we could apply our machine learning algorithm to detect the false information. So original data set, we see a lot of this pattern, like, these schools are recorded in the area of desert. So our method correctly flagged that it is false detection. And finally, it improves the precision of the location information from the original data set. So you can see that the red dot, which is the original data, is close to the school location, but it is not really indicating the accurate location. So green dot indicates the predicted location by our machine learning algorithm. So that improves the precision of the location information. So we were very satisfied with the output of this project, but when it comes to scaling this up and applying this algorithm to the entire group, would it be easy? But that is something that we need to think about and put a lot of effort. So first of all, we need to still go through this validation process by human. So we are making this effort as a collaboration with the USAID and youth mappers who are organizing these crowd mapping campaigns. So we are taking volunteers from the different countries around the world, and then we upload our predicted school locations by machine learning. And then these volunteers with the local knowledges go through this platform and make the final validation. So it is combining this AI machine learning approach and the human knowledge. So as the next project, we are preparing application of our method in Brazil. So this is actually will be a good test bed whether we can successfully scale this approach up in totally different context. So in doing that, we are preparing some different approach to minimize the human input and labor. We are trying to automate all this procedure and process, for example, downloading satellite imagery and subsetting and rescaling, etc., which doesn't really involve the human efforts. And for these training samples, which I mentioned that it is most difficult thing and effort consuming, we are trying to use different method called Semi-Supervised learning method, which can be used to automate the process of the training sample collection using existing input label data to develop some pseudo label data, and combined with that, we can develop a new trained AI algorithm. So in this way, we can minimize the initial human input and then think about developing regional or even a global model, automating all these procedures. So the last piece would be finding better ways to get the human input and to provide the feedback to the machine learning system. So this will be all incorporated in the effort to automate and scale our effort to use AI and high resolution satellite imagery. So to summarize, I mean, the scaling this kind of AI and machine learning approach is quite difficult. So the biggest lesson that we learned is there's no perfect AI models that we can develop, but we have to be very smart and clever in terms of combining human input to minimize this kind of labor and the manual procedure and amplify the impact of that human input. And when it comes to this data culture, which is the topic of this conference, so we are under the wing of the Office of Innovation at Unicef, and we share this same philosophy of this Office of Innovation, that all this data product that we are producing should be open source and publicly available. And we believe that it truly enhances the work that we do, and the operability of this machine learning application and data science-based approach. Thank you, and let me know if you have any question so that I can answer it.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Kim, for the fascinating talk, and this is indeed a very impactful application, real-world challenge that you're trying to solve, and would be helpful for many developing countries around the world to detect schools with the automated methods and address the internet provision issues. Well, we move to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Wafa Abul Hassan. She is a chief of a section of Economic Environment Statistics at the Economic and Social Commission of Western Asia. She obtains a PhD in Applied Statistics and Environmental Sciences from McGill University, Canada, a master's degree in ecology from University of Montreal, Canada. Dr. Wafa's area of expertise cover economic statistics, environmental economic accounting, sustainable development, data management, and analysis. So today, Dr. Wafa will talk about remote sensing for flood monitoring and disaster management in local communities in the Nile Basin and coastal areas in Egypt. I welcome you, Dr. Wafa.
صباح الخير وشكراً لحضوركم على اليوم الثاني من ورشة العمل. Today I'll be speaking about a pilot project. We could not extend, like we saw with the Unicef example, on a country level or many countries, but we started with a pilot project and we chose disasters because it's an important subject that is affecting communities and poor countries more and more. And we saw it this year. In the Arab countries, it was unseen how many floods we, affected many people. So this project, we also used remote sensing for flood monitoring and disaster management in local communities in the Nile Basin and coastal areas in Egypt. Remember, it's the most populated area in Egypt. And I'm not a data scientist, I'm not an AI expert. We had a group in ESCWA with young, talented people who did data science, who did GIS, and who helped to materialize the project and work on it. So it was like a one-year project that we worked on. First of all, a background, why it's important to work on disaster management. In Arab countries, most Arab countries, we have many challenges. And in order to protect the human lives, their health, their assets, the environment, and to achieve the targets of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So we have rapid population growth, income inequality, unplanned rapid urbanization, need for adequate infrastructure, water, sanitation, housing, transportation. And we have, in addition to that, millions of migrating people because of conflicts and wars, and environmental pollution, drought, etc. So on top of that, if disasters happen, it's really an obstacle in the way of progress toward achieving the SDGs. Now, why as statistical community we need to work on disasters and what are the links? First, we know that there's global agendas. Besides the 2030 agenda, we have the Sendai framework and the SDGs-related disaster indicators. So statistical offices are bound to provide information and statistics to inform on those indicators. Now, there's at the UN level, the UN Committee of Experts on Global Geospatial Information Management. And there's a subgroup that works on disasters. Okay, sorry, just a second. So we go ahead and just to say that there's also a regional group for geographic information for the Arab region. We also have to strengthen this work that this group is working on. Now, newly created is the Interagency and Expert Group on Disaster-Related Statistics that is functioning mostly in the Asia-Pacific region with UNDRR. And all the regional commissions are working with them to advance this area of study. We organized 2 expert forums last year, and this year ESCWA hosted it in Beirut. Now, when we talk about disaster risk reduction and SDGs, what are the data sources? We saw this in many presentations yesterday. We know that there's the traditional data sources such as the census and surveys of population, households, the administrative records, and the civil registration and cadasters. And there's the new data sources using geospatial technologies, remote sensing, Earth observations, and social media. It becomes very timely that this type of data can be integrated to produce more timely, frequent, disaggregated SDG indicators for more information. When we talk, I go back to the disasters, the SDGs-related indicators. There are 3 goals in the agenda that talk about disasters, in Goal 1, in Goal 11, and in Goal 13. So if it's repeated 3 times, it means that somewhere we have to track these indicators. Now, it's not only that we have to track the indicators on number of people affected, but we need to know the disaggregation at which locality. It doesn't help me if I know that it happened in Sudan, but like we see it, I need to know the locality. I need to know what type of disaster happened. So a lot of information has to go with the monitoring of those indicators. Now, this is a snapshot of the SDGs for the Arab countries. We have a few countries who report very good information on the disaster, geographic location, and the loss, the economic loss, etc. But it still lacks more information, and many other countries don't report at all what is happening related to the disasters. Now, Earth observations and remote sensing, they are free, available for all users to use. Now, we didn't use Maxar. I don't know how much did you pay for that, but high-resolution maps, it's not available for everybody. But whatever is available, it's a loss if the statistical offices are not using them. If they don't have staff who can use them, they don't have the capacity, it is there for everybody to use. And we invite statistical office to recruit people, to train their staff to use these sources. So we have the US NASA, the USGS, the Copernicus, the European Space Agency that's available, and they have many data sets that are ready for use, especially for disasters. Now, what we need to also empower is the partnerships and cooperations. At the local level, the statistical office has to work with the surveying agency or the mapping agency within the country. And because it complements each other's work. At the UN, we work with the regional commissions, with the New York, the UNSD, the UNDRR, the OCHA, UNFPA, and FAO on crop mapping and land cover. Now, for this specific project, it was a project that we presented to Google Earth Engine, and it was selected among a large number of projects. So we were proud of this, competition. The objective was to explore new data sources and to integrate it with official statistics, to test the effectiveness of remote sensing in detecting disaster area, and we only considered floods, and then estimate the disaster area, number of affected people, and the infrastructure. And then share the algorithms. There are hundreds of algorithms free for users to use, and we wanted to share this algorithm that we developed. So what are the data sources we used? Like I said, we used free available data sources, remote sensing, Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, a gridded population, because we don't have accurate data for population in Arab countries, so we had to use gridded population of the world with the version 4, and then Copernicus global land cover, and chirps daily. It's about precipitation across the world, so you can track in the Arab countries the precipitation levels. Other data sources, there are important data sources on emergency events, data sets for the Asian Disaster Reduction Center, DRR Disaster Loss Database, World Pop data at 100-meter resolution, and then we used social media. So we used Facebook high resolution settlement layer, and then ESRI Microsoft 2020 global land use. The methodology, it is common methodology. We saw some from my colleague earlier. We wanted to identify possible inundation. And you start by just exploring like where it happened, how much precipitation was in certain areas. So it's experimental at the beginning. And then we cross-reference disasters with tweets and news articles for background information. How do we get the inundation image? It's always you have to do before and after to see how the area was affected. So we use Sentinel-2 and SAR Sentinel to visually inspect damage using before and after images and process the data, delimit inundated area by using thresholding method or k-means clustering, and then validating the limited area through visual inspection. What our colleague also presented, field inspection is very important. We didn't have this privilege because you need people in Egypt on the ground to tell us, yes, you know, to concur with what results happen. So this is also something that we need to work on. So this is also just the schema of the methodology I presented before. Now, we found that there were major floods, but in small areas in 2015, 2016, and 2020. I'm not going to go through all the floods, but some of the areas, for example, in Al-Qawm Al-Asmar, Wadi Al-Natrun in 2015, in 2020, Karun Lake, Al-Natrun, Ras Gharib, and then Rosetta branch of the Nile River and Damietta branch. And the period between October and November, and then March. Some of the, just quickly, I'll go over one of the floods. Like in 2015, the analysis approach was, the period was between 25 October until 13 November. We were able to track the number of people who died, number of people injured. Some drowned in flood waters and got electrocuted. And it led to the resignation of the governor, because at the end, if we can't protect the people, some measures were taken for that. So the SAR Sentinel-1 10-meter resolution was used also, although, higher resolution is much more important to get more details. And this is where, we need to work together. Were there schools? Were there hospitals? What happened? So we need to complement the projects on remote sensing to really have a larger idea on the assets, on the number of people on those areas, to be able to protect the people when the disasters happen. In 2016, the Red Sea Governorate, heavy rains, flooding, exceptionally high winds, and also people died, injured, families, thousands of families needed emergency food and shelter, roads closed, telephone and power lines were cut, and this was in a few areas of the province of the Red Sea. And of course, sometimes it hits where you have poor infrastructure, the roads cannot, the infrastructure cannot, handle all the rain that comes. Now, when we did the matching with the social media, we found that people posted the disasters that they saw, the floods, the roads that were flooded, and then we matched it with the images that we got, like the streets that were flooded in this part. This was from the Red Sea Governorate, Ras Gharib. So also, it's important for the people who post such media to see that, we are taking seriously, what they are posting. Yesterday, there was some idea that it's not important, all the social media is wrong. We have to take some of what the people post because we can cross-reference it with other information. So this is important. And another thing that maybe we will talk later during the discussion, citizen data is very important. When they post what happens in the field and then upload it to a certain server that the UN or other agencies work on, it's very important in the response when the agencies go for help or the government has to go for help. So another example of 2020 floods, I'm not going to go, but this is also the same detection method that was used. Now, ongoing work, like I said, it's very important to do cooperation with other agencies. For example, UN Habitat in Lebanon worked a lot after the explosion in Beirut, and they are working on neighborhoods, like they map all the buildings, the households in poor neighborhoods, and they get information about the income of the families, how is it going, and they map it, they have it geospatially mapped. So we're trying to do it in Lebanon and see how the floods, fires, etc., match with the habitat work on settlements in less fortunate settlements. We're working on the shipping, the maritime shipping data with UNSD, exploring ship movement within the Suez Canal. If you remember this big ship that was stranded in the Suez Canal, we were able to see that, you know, the flow of ships was much slower than the regular ship. But this data was also matched with the AIS big data. We're trying to work with our colleagues in Qatar, the Qatar Computing Research Institute, because they worked on disasters and they in India and a few other countries, and they use social media also to detect floods. So this is ongoing work. Like, for example, the area that are affected in India, and when you use AI algorithms, it doesn't detect the same thing because the landscape is different in India and in some Arab countries, for example, if we take Sudan. So we want to work together for machine learning to teach the algorithms that those landscapes are different, and then we can apply the algorithms in Arab countries. Also using Twitter data. It's important to, when we use Twitter data, to have historical or some time series. I can't just, when the flood happened, get the tweets, because I can't catch it. If the people talked after, or, you know, they were ready, something is happening, we have to take the tweets before and after also. So this is something also we're working with QCRI on this. So it's an ongoing work, and the project finished. It's Google Earth Engine. They gave us 1 year, and then they said, okay, the project is finished. So what we are doing now, we are migrating our algorithms and our floods, our maps, to the data ecosystem that my colleague Ahmed Al-Awa presented yesterday. So instead of having our work dispersed everywhere, it will be on this data ecosystem with the maps, with all the information that's available. So the challenges and opportunities. A major challenge was from for example, the Statistical Office in Egypt. Like I said, they didn't have a lot of staff who can keep up with the data science, with the artificial intelligence algorithms that they needed to apply for this. So capacity building for the Statistical Office is very important in that. Another major problem is the mandate. For example, the Statistical Office, when we talk about disasters and mapping, it becomes the Ministry of Defense. And then they would tell the Statistical Office, well, it's not your mandate, it's a national security thing, and we cannot post all the maps, you know, it's danger for the country. So it's just the mindset that has to change. This data is available. If you don't use it, other people are going to use it. If you see on social media, the maps of ships from Russia, Ukraine are there for everybody to use. And it's people who are just, you know, for curiosity and research are doing it. So there should be a coordination mechanism between the Statistical Office and their national counterparts to really leverage this source of information, because it's a loss if it's not used. And then we said capacity building, that we are all responsible in the UN and the research center to help the Statistical Office move ahead and use this data. So the opportunities is that, you know, the census data, the household surveys, everything we collect in Statistical Office will be used for people to protect their lives. And then we will have more maps on the floods, the fires, the tornadoes, the dust storms in the case of the Gulf countries, and then have them available when we need them. And then when people see that their posts are there and used, you know, they'll be more trusted. Okay, I don't want to put fake news. I want to put really what's happening, and you know, it will be useful for the country. Like I said, we're still developing a tool where any user can select a section on the map, for example, Sudan, and it will show him if floods happen in this area or not. It's a simple tool that my colleague Mohammed Husari at ESCWA is doing. So that's it for my side. Yeah. And like I said, we have a project team who really worked hard to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wafa, for the fascinating talk and working on a very important area of research as well as impact. Also, thanks for talking about, the opportunities at the intersection of, social sensing data as well as the remote sensing data. It's very important to study when different data sources come together, what are different opportunities that arise, and we need to, leverage those. Just to briefly add on the list of opportunities that you show practically, when these data sources come together, you either, confirm, some data signals from one source or the other source, or maybe these sources provide you complementary information, such as you learn about the flood extent from the satellite, and then you learn about, the type of impact, the damages, how it affected people on the ground from social sensing data. And often, these sources provide you novel signals as well to go ahead. So this is very important, and thanks for highlighting these points. Now we move on to our third speaker. We have Dr. Aladdin Shamong from UNDP. So Dr. Aladdin is a senior digital transformation advisor at UNDP. He works for the United Nations Development Program in Ukraine. His experience extends over 15 years, in which he assumed multiple roles and positions with the UN in Sudan, UAE, Bosnia, Kosovo, Afghanistan, among other countries. He's an expert in developing and employing digital technologies in human development context. Dr. Shamong has a PhD in information science from the University of Otago in New Zealand. His research interests include artificial intelligence, machine learning, natural language processing, and the semantic web. So I welcome Dr. Shamong for your talk.
Hello, morning. Sabah al-khair. Thank you, Dr. Imran, for the introduction and for having me here today. My presentation today will be on natural language processing, and this branch for a long time was considered as a separate branch from artificial intelligence and machine learning. But in the recent years, because of the developments in technologies, those two domains have come close to each other, and now people think that NLP is kind of machine learning, which is not 100% accurate, but this is how we define it. So my presentation today is about using natural language processing in crisis settings. Why we do that? Because we think that using social media in general and remote sensing technologies combined with machine learning and artificial intelligence is a good thing to do for many reasons. It's cheap and fast. I mean, I don't want to wait for 1 year to know what's going on the ground in Ukraine. I want to know it now. So social media and artificial intelligence, when you mix them together, it will bring you fast results, faster than traditional classic way of data collection. It's safe also. I cannot send enumerators in the field now. In Ukraine, I need to do this remotely. And it's cheap in comparison to sending people, collecting data in traditional ways. This method is much cheaper. What we do is we do social listening, which is this technique is used to collect data from social media. We develop algorithms that crawl through thousands, maybe millions of posts on the social media and extract useful information from this post. However, the technique that are using, this technique is used in combination with keywords. So people set a big list of keywords and say, okay, these keywords are the keywords that we are interested in. For example, if I'm looking for topics about education, I create a list of keywords about education, every word that indicates there is education or something related to education in this post, and then I crawl through those records and I extract only records of concern for me. This method actually has a lot of issues. One of them is that the combinations are endless and languages are endless, and how people express themselves are different from person to another, from country to another, from location to another. So it's not that it's not the best way to do that. What we tried here is to combine this process of social listening with natural language processing through machine learning. We create what they call it, we use pre-trained models to extract results from social media and then compare these results to sustainable development goals. So instead of looking for sustainable development goals in social media, what I did is I use these predefined models to create vectors or number representation of sentences, and then compare numbers to each other to find what are the most similar tweets to each SDG. And as I mentioned here, we don't use keywords. We use the semantics of the keywords by converting SDGs and tweets into numbers. In this technique, again, it's machine learning, and we use pre-trained models, so we don't train models from scratch. We use pre-trained models to extract results and find semantics of the tweets and results that we are using. By doing this, each tweet out of 100,000 tweets is transformed into a vector of numbers, 512 number for each tweet, and each SDG, description of each SDG is transformed into a vector of 512 numbers. We use geometric distances to measure the distance between each tweet and SDGs, and the shorter the distance, that means the more semantic relation between the tweet and the SDG. This is an example. If you look at the 3 sentences there, the model on the left, the model embed them and convert them to numbers. So from top to bottom, you can see each sentence has been transformed to a number. And then this is what we call it knowledge representation. On the other side, we have knowledge retrieval, in which we compare numbers to numbers and see that sentences similar to each other are clustered into the same vicinity. So for example, I like my phone is a sentence, and the model knows that I like my phone is close to your cell phone, looks great, but it's far away from what's your age. And again, the model doesn't look at the words. It looks only at the numbers. So we don't have word-to-word comparison here. What I did is I transformed the SDGs to rows and tweets to columns. And I did the same comparison, but this time between tweets and SDGs. This is the model. We take the tweets, SDGs, and I have 2 other categories, one of them called themes. Themes is internal taxonomy that we use in Ukraine. It's a taxonomy that has 53 categories. Some of them are related to SDGs, some of them are not. Result estimator is a kind of sentiment analysis, but for results. So instead of telling me this tweet is happy or sad, it tells me if this result is good, excellent, satisfactory, poor, or bad. This is example. We run those tweets on the left through the model, and the model managed to tell us which SDG is most related to these tweets. And as you can see, it's so meaningful and it makes a lot of sense. Again, the results on the right, they were not part of the tweets. So we got the tweet as is. Twitter doesn't know what SDG is, but the model managed to cluster those tweets to their similar SDGs. You can see first one, for example, life on Odessa. Unhealthy landfill must be eliminated on irrigation fields. And the model immediately says, this is related to SDG 15, and so on and so forth for all the other tweets. This is the dashboard. We convert all these results into a dashboard, so for users to do the test by themselves. And the dashboard is available online. I will just make a quick demonstration after I finish to show you how it works in real life. As you can see here, the SDGs on the upper left corner. You can choose the SDG that you want. And then you can choose the theme from the thematic areas that we have in our taxonomy. And then you can choose a week, or if you want to leave it for the whole data set, is fine. On the right, you can choose the city and the result that if you are looking for excellent results or poor results or whatever results that you are looking for, you can choose it from there. And then you have the emotions. You want to know if people are angry when they are talking about education, or they are happy, or they have feeling of this. Then I have 8 primary categories of emotion and 42 secondary emotions. The challenges that we have is that, number one, we didn't find any classified text corpus. Usually when we train a model, machine learning, we need to have inputs and outputs. We just have the inputs, which are the tweets. We didn't have outputs, so we had to create these outputs out of the thin air. We didn't have it, and this is why we use pre-trained models. But that's not the best way in the world, but it's the first step toward this, in this direction. We have also different description. I mean, what is the best description to describe SDG 1, for example, or SDG 5? I mean, the text, I made the text myself. I say, okay, this is the best description that I can come up with. But is it the best description? I have no way to judge that, because it's a personal, let's say, initiative or personal choice. But it can be done through a group of experts in future. Again, the similarities also. What are the similarities? I mean, the model tells me this tweet is 10% similar to this SDG. Where is the threshold? Should I stop at 10% or 20 or 50%, or should I say 90% only accepted? Again, this is also trial and error. We don't have benchmark to compare our work to. And the last one, the technique, the whole technique of sentence encoding is new. This is one of the first application of this technique in this domain of work. We don't have benchmarks. We don't have previous work to say, okay, our work is better than that work. We don't have that. And this is also another challenge, because I mean, that put me in a position where I can say my work is good, but I don't know if it's good or not. The way forward is to extend this model. Instead of 17 goals, we can extend it to targets, which is 169, or even down to the indicator level, which is 232. And also, in this model, we use only collect tweets from 26 cities. We can extend that. I have a data set of 1,000 cities in Ukraine. We can extend it to other cities in Ukraine, and maybe other countries. We have also manual evaluation results. We don't have that. I mean, the model classifies things, but I didn't go through systematic evaluation. I mean, I need someone, a human being, to go through these tweets, through this classification, and say, yes, the model was right. No, the model was not right. We didn't do that yet. Fusion of data sources. Also, this model rely on text only from Twitter, but we can connect that with space images or drone images. We can connect that also to text from news portals, and et cetera, et cetera. We don't have that yet. And integration of prediction of policies. To use this model also to integrate the results of this model with policies related to SDGs. For example, in many countries, we don't have, many countries are not at the same level in implementation of SDGs. Some countries are really good in technology and infrastructure and innovation, but they are so poor in, let's say, in climate change. So this model can help those countries to know where the gaps are, to fill them, and where the extra work they are doing, so they can slow down a little bit in things that they are doing it faster than required. And the last thing, extend the model to other countries, which I mentioned already. This model can be, it's only a matter of selecting the areas that you want to work on, and the model can take you to those countries, so it can extend it to other countries. This is the address of the dashboard, and this is the QR code. And actually, I don't know how to do that, but this is the last slide. I will use my laptop to walk you quickly through the dashboard. Okay. What should I do to share my? Okay, good. So this is the dashboard that I showed you earlier, but this is the live version of the dashboard. Let me. Okay. I will go quickly, and you can actually have the link so you can do other experiments by yourself. But I will choose, for example, quickly I will choose one of the SDGs. Let me choose SDG number 4, quality education. You can see the system filters out all the results here. And you can see education in Ukraine school is modern, reality, etc. And then education in Poltava schools will begin on September. All the tweets related to education have been filtered by this model. Let me go and see only good results, excellent results. I don't want to see everything. I want to see the results that when people talk about good things that happen in the education sector. And you can see the model immediately classify the results by estimated excellent results. If I go to poor results, I will see immediately also the poor result related to education cluster. And in the meantime, you can see also on the corner, the green rows here. You can see the sorrow and disdain and emotions related to each tweets that we are selecting. And on the center here, you can see the map also. The bigger the map is, the more tweets are collected from that area. The darker the circle is, the higher semantic similarity between the circle and SDGs related to that one. Again, you can go to the link that I showed you, and you can go through it and see all the results that you want to see. And here, the next slide is sentiment analysis. I want to see where are the places where bad results are. You see, it's all red because I chose poor results. But if I go and select excellent results, these are the sentiment of people. When the results are bad, people are angry and sad, and et cetera, et cetera. When the results are good, you can see the sentiment of people. They are good and better. I mean, they go to the green area. And you can see also the sentiment per week. So you can see if people are getting better this week or their emotions are getting worse. You can see all these results on this corner. Each column in the lower bottom corner, left lower corner, these are the sentiment of people per week. So you can see if people in Ukraine are getting happier or not between a week and another. You can see also the type, what are the most controlling emotions in each area in the country. So you can see that also by cities, as you can see on the upper right corner. This is the sentiment per city in association with, if you select quality education, and then you can see also how people emotions change from a week to another, or city to another, or location to another. That's it. Thank you so much. This is my presentation for today.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Aladdin, for this wonderful presentation, and also highlighting the importance of big data to contribute towards SDGs. So we have seen and heard yesterday from many speakers that data provision, data availability is one of the challenges, right? And I think this is the time to start looking at other unconventional data sources that provide data in the form of big data and use AI technologies to process that data to see how we can, fill data gaps for several SDGs. So social media is one of the unconventional data sources that can contribute towards this direction. Well, now we move on to our last speaker, who is Dr. Gonzalo Pizarro from UNDP Jordan. Dr. Gonzalo is the Regional Advisor on SDG integration in UNDP Regional Hub for the Arab States. He has led the design and delivery of UNDP's integrated development offer on SDGs development and application of system analysis and tools. With over 20 years of experience in both the private sector and the United Nations system, he holds a PhD in water resource management from the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences of the University of Columbia in the city of New York. So today, Dr. Gonzalo is going to talk about monitoring the Sustainable Development Goals and AI. So I welcome you, Doctor, for your talk.
Thank you so much for inviting me to this, to this workshop. I'm really happy and honored to be here speaking to you. And I will ask you, we've been hearing, as you were just mentioning, we've heard yesterday and today my guest honored panel members here, really fascinating applications on how alternative data sources, artificial intelligence, remote sensing, et cetera, can really help transform and support and fill the gaps that we have in terms of data. Now, I want to kind of flip the question a little bit and go towards the other side and say, well, why are we having certain gaps? What are the challenges, what are the questions that sustainable development as a concept is posing to us that actually is pushing us to have this conversation that we're having today, right? And this in a context, what we've heard, and we heard yesterday in the opening session, really in a context of a data revolution, where we're kind of it's not even a flood, it's a tsunami of data and information that we are generating every day, but we're also receiving every day. So what I want to present to you is first this kind of reflection of how sustainable development is shaping that conversation and that need for data, and then look at how artificial intelligence interacts and contributes, and sometimes in a positive and sometimes in a negative way, with both achieving sustainable development, but also in terms of monitoring, right? So the first point is, why are we where we are today? So in 2015, we've heard over and over, we had now the international community, all the countries, 193 countries in the world, adopted the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. Right now, this agreement was not set in a vacuum. It was basically the result of an evolving understanding of what development is and how it should look like, and the components that it has, right? We know it was no longer acceptable to continue thinking of development solely as a socioeconomic issue and ignore the environmental sustainability on the side. In the same way, you could not think of achieving any type of environmental sustainability if you were not addressing the issues of livelihoods of people, economic growth, et cetera, et cetera. So those two things started coming together. But on top of that, and we just heard in a previous talk that this is also in a need of being risk-informed, right? And in that same year, in 2015, we had the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and we also had the Paris Agreement on climate change. So this year really encompassed a paradigm shift in terms of development. So what does that tell us in a nutshell is that we acknowledge that development is not linear, that development is a multidimensional phenomenon, that development is volatile. What gains we have today may not be there tomorrow. And I think the pandemic really brought this message home, right? We've had setbacks, the ones that we've not seen in decades, right? So, and also, this paradigm shift put on the table very firmly that it's not enough just to measure flows, such as GDP, but we need to consider the stocks that we have to be able to really measure our well-being, right? Now, if we look at this graph here, which is comparing socioeconomic well-being as measured with the Human Development Index, with all the caveats that that entails, as compared to the ecological footprint per capita that each country has. So basically it's saying, are we living within our means to achieve our standard of living, right? And that little grayish square that is on the right corner shows an area or a conceptual area where you have very high human development, so really where we aspire to be, have a good life, and high levels of income, high life expectancy, good education, et cetera, but within the biocapacity of the world, meaning within what the world can give us in a renewable manner to keep up and sustain those levels of development. So in terms of a sustainable development agenda, the message that this is giving us is that there's no country in the world that has achieved sustainable development, right? But it's also telling us that there is no one pathway, there is no cookie-cutter set of policies that will take countries from where they are towards that corner of sustainable development. Each country needs to identify, measure, and define those set of policies that will move into the trajectory that is needed for them to achieve sustainable development. The second aspect, and I mentioned before, we have a multidimensional agenda. So this means that there are interactions, and this integrality in the targets themselves is constructed by design, right? And I want to stress that word is constructed by design. So just to give you an example, if each large circle is one goal, is one SDG, right? And the smaller circles are the targets that are underneath one of those goals. So this is not the 17 and the 169, because otherwise you wouldn't see anything. And this is actually coming from a seminal paper by LeBlanc in UN DESA. So what this is, so if we look at, for example, one of the targets, target 6.3 under the goal 6, which is for reliable access to water and sanitation, it says that we want to increase the quality of water by reducing pollution. Now that construction, I mean, it's a bit longer, but in summary, that's what it says. But that construction, what it's telling you is that this goal, this target that is related to water, it's also related to health, and it's also related to sustainable production and consumption. So immediately in that construction, you're linking one target to 3 goals. Right? So that's now the final thing and the final principle underneath sustainable development is that we're being called to leave no one behind. Now, what does that mean? It means that I want to go beyond national averages, and we've been hearing quite a bit about understanding the signals from different sources. What does that mean for me as a sustainable development practitioner? It means that I can identify the those overlaying of signals. I can identify in a multidimensional manner, where are my SDG hotspots? Where are the areas that actually are being engulfed in a vicious cycle of lack of development, either because you have high levels of poverty, you know, lack of presence of the state, et cetera, right? So what does this mean in terms of going in terms of applying artificial intelligence for me to be able to try to accelerate the achievement of SDGs? There you go. The first question is, well, what's the impact of artificial intelligence on SDG achievement? Or what's the potential impact? Let's call it that way. So this comes from a paper published in Nature in 2020 by Vinoes et al. And what it shows is that the overwhelming potential impact of artificial intelligence on SDGs is a positive one. It's unleashing huge areas of knowledge, of targeting, of capacities for optimally allocating resources, et cetera, across most of the SDGs. But it also warns us that there are negative potential from actually applying SDGs. Examples are, for example, if you use AI for employment allocation, you have the risk of repeating and embedding the same biases that humans have if you don't clean up from your learning process. So that's one example. The second is we are exposed daily to algorithms that are actually shown to have an impact on social cohesion and increase polarization and decrease the governance, et cetera, et cetera. So there are positive and negative potentials, right? But when we start looking at the data and the development and how things, you know, for example, in this case, this is an agent-based model on top of machine learning bot that looks at the budget allocations and investments by country with how development has moved along, right? And one of the things that we start finding is that we can look at the integrality dimension, not from the design of the targets, but we can look at the integrality from the context of the country. So how do SDGs targets and indicators move based on the investments and the changes and the interventions that actually occur on the country? So, for example, in the case that I mentioned, if I do an investment on improving water quality by reducing pollution, am I actually moving also the health indicators in the country? Am I actually moving the production or changing production patterns within the country, right? And in the examples that we have, I mean, this has already been done in Indonesia, Egypt, Mexico, and Uruguay, and it's being rolled out in a couple other countries. There are really interesting findings, for example, which were unexpected and not from your usual idea of the correlation between different categories. So, for example, in one of the countries that I mentioned, it was shown that if you wanted to really have improved outcomes on education, you needed to invest more on reducing corruption rather than actually providing more funding to education, the education ministry per se. Right, so those are the type of findings that will tell you in the context of the country, if you want to achieve something, you need to move in that direction. So finally, this then moves to the question of how can I optimize my budget? Can I do the allocations in a way that actually help me achieve the development profile that I'm looking for, whether that is in my interest, the achievement of the SDGs, but for some countries it might be I want to look like the OECD, et cetera, et cetera. So we are also looking at preventing setbacks, and AI can help you do that, right? By having early warning systems like the ones we've heard. This one in particular is for prevention of gender-based violence by binding social media. And this puts me to the final questions. Can we think differently, right? When we look at this, what we see is a shanty town, an informal settlement, and the typical response is a policy that responds to the entire settlement, you know, by housing subsidies, conditional cash transfers, et cetera, et cetera. But we're in a stage in which we can, on top of the common issues that are faced by that area, we can identify the needs individually inside the households. Can we have policies and responses that target them individually besides this? And I think that's a question. I think the data nowadays and our capacity to analyze and process this data can lead us to that point. So my final, we've heard extensively about how we can monitor and improve the monitoring with SDGs, so I'm not going to dwell on that. Just a couple other examples in terms of energy access, mapping informal settlements using remote sensing, etc. But my final really thought, which I want to throw at you, is the responsibility that the statistical community has in reversing a trend that is really worrying nowadays, which is the broken state of trust between the authorities and the government. And I think providing access to reliable quality data for the people and how that data is being used for decision making in a public and transparent manner is a necessary yet not sufficient, so it's not the only solution too, but I think it's really a strong and necessary step towards rebuilding that trust. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Gonzalo. Very important aspects that you highlighted, showing us the both sides of SDGs, high development and low development, and also thanks for highlighting the multidimensionality challenges that the data around SDGs have. So now I know that we are well above the time, and we should move on to the next session, but I briefly would like to ask audience if you have any brief one question for our speakers. Yes, can we move the mic? Yes, there.
السلام عليكم. اوكي سامعيني؟ في عندي انا صراحه سؤالين على السريع للدكتور كيم من خلال التجربه اللي عرضتموها. من خلال التجربة اللي عرضت على السودان كنت حابة بس أعرف ما هو أفضل نموذج إحصائي للتصنيف اللي تم اعتماده والذي أعطى أعلى دقة للنموذج. سؤالي الثاني للدكتور علاء بالنسبة لاستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي برصد أهداف التنمية المستدامة. في الواقع الفعلي هل فعلياً في دول استخدمت تلك المؤشرات كمؤشرات إحصائية رسمية في قاعدة البيانات الانتر-ايجنسي اكسبرت جروب وفي مجال المؤشرات الوطنية كاستهداف؟ وشكراً.
Unfortunately, Dr. Kim did not get the translation.
I'll quickly ask two questions for you. Was there a statistical classification what was the statistical classification when you applied to identify the schools in Sudan? Was there a certain method for classification? And a second question, أنت خلاص.
The significance of the results in Sudan, how did you evaluate?
So when we evaluate this, the result of this AI algorithm, we separate this validation data point from the training samples that we use to train the AI algorithm. So like 20% of these training samples are separated and spared for the evaluation of the model performance. So just after applying this model, and then test against these validation samples and see how many points are correctly identified as a score. So that is the numbers that we can get as accuracy. Does that answer? Thank you.
طيب بالنسبة للسؤال عن استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في الرصد الحقيقي والمتابعة الفعلية للتقدم في ال SDGs، الدول يعني أنا up to my knowledge، أنا ما بقدر يعني ما بعرف هل في ولا ما في، بس أنا على قدر معرفتي التكنولوجيا كلها جديدة. يعني الذكاء الاصطناعي مش جديد، لكن عموما استخدامه في مجالات التنمية هو كل الابروتش جديد ومستحدث. يعني ما يعني حتى الادفانسمنت على مستوى العالم في الذكاء الاصطناعي كله حصل في الديكاد الأخير. يعني كل الأشياء الجديدة اللي نشوفها والتطورات الحاصلة في هذا المجال حدثت في السنوات الأخيرة. فالديفلوبمنت سيكتور عموما بطبعه بطيء، يعني ما they will not adopt it next day، يعني حياخد زمنه إلى أن يوصل مرحلة إنه يستخدم. لكن حاليا الاستخدام الرئيسي للذكاء الاصطناعي هو to support النتائج الموجودة. يعني واحدة من النتائج مثلا اللي شفناها هنا بالنسبة للموست يعني أكثر SDG تأثر بالحرب في أوكرانيا هو ال SDG 16 أو 14 اللي هو ال Peace and Strong 16 Peace and Strong Institutions Peace and Strong Justice Institutions. فواضح إنه في مباشر، يعني المعلومة دي عشان أنا أحصل عليها بالطرق التقليدية هتاخد مني زمن طويل جدا جدا. احنا يعني in no time we realize that إنه في SDGs اتأثرت أكثر من غيرها وبسرعة عالية، بس هل عندها statistical significance؟ we didn't test that yet. يعني فإجابتي إنه إلى الآن احنا في الطور يعني حتى التطبيقات الحالية أغلبها تقفز مباشرة من الأكاديمية إلى الديفلوبمنت، ما بتمر بالمرحلة الطبيعية بتاعت passing through private sector عشان تطور التطبيقات في القطاع الخاص وإلى آخره. كل البرزنتيشن اللي شفتيها ما في شيء منها راح للقطاع الخاص، بتيجي من الأكاديمية ومباشرة بنستخدمها. فإتس ريلي early stage، يعني بدري جدا إنه تستخدم كما هي في دعم النتائج، يعني في النتائج كما هي في اتخاذ القرارات إلى آخره. شكرا.
Thanks, Dr. Aladdin. We are out of time. You have
I just have one comment on السؤال. مثلا دكتور علاء الدين فرجى كيف انه استخدم السوشيال ميديا بالانجليزي وترجم الترجمه تمت اوتوماتيكلي بالسوفت وير. فبس لحتى اقول انه قد ايه صعب، نحن جربنا مع الQCRI انه مثلا الكلمات اللي بتستخدم لما بيصير في طوفان، فيضان، امطار غزيره، ترجمنا بالعربي. we had to ask بالسودان بمصر شو الكلمات اللي بتستخدم، لانه اذا انت عملتي يعني ترانسليشن اوتوماتيك ما بتاخذي الديالكت اللي الناس بتستخدمها. ففي كثير شغل يعني رح ينعمل، وطبعا انه مساهمه الناس ب يعني تحسين الالجوريثمز والسيستم كثير مهم بهذا الموضوع. انا لاست ثينج بس حتى اقول انه اليوم بالجمعيه العموميه في بانل ديسكشن على investing in data unlocking impact data with purpose الساعه 3 بعد الظهر فانه قد ايه مهم الموضوع، حتى بالجمعيه العامه للامم المتحده عم بيتناقش الموضوع.
Thank you very much. Let's thank our speaker last time, and we conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Do you know them? Jeffrey Sachs.
والآن مع الحلقة النقاشية الخامسة بعنوان تحديث النظام الإحصائي، تترأسها الدكتورة شريفة العمادي، المدير التنفيذي لمعهد الدوحة الدولي للأسرة، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to moderate this very rich session. I think only this session we have 6 speakers, so please, the speaker, be patient to give like everyone exact time so they can present their presentation. I will moderate this session in Arabic. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته ثاني مرة، وإن شاء الله يعني نحاول إنه إحنا نخلص في الوقت. عندنا الجلسة اليوم راح يكون فيها أول متحدث السيد محمد علي الغامدي، راح يتكلم عن تجربة قطر الخيرية في توثيق المساعدات المقدمة من طرف منظمات المجتمع المدني، الإطار العام والتحديات والمتطلبات. طبعا الأستاذ محمد غني عن التعريف، ولكن احنا بنعرف فيه أكيد حقه في هذه الجلسة. يشغل السيد محمد علي الغامدي حاليا منصبي مساعد الرئيس التنفيذي لقطاع الحوكمة والمدير التنفيذي للشؤون الخارجية في جمعية قطر الخيرية. حصل السيد محمد علي الغامدي على شهادة البكالوريوس في العمل الاجتماعي من جامعة قطر عام 2000، وشغل عدة مناصب في وزارة الأوقاف والشؤون الإسلامية بين عامي 1991 و2004، قبل أن يتم تعيينه مديراً لمكتب الوزير من 2004 إلى 2006، ومديراً عاماً لمركز قطر الثقافي الإسلامي الفنار من 2006-2011. بدأ السيد الغامدي مسيرته المهنية في مجال التنمية والعمل الإنساني في عام 2011 عندما التحق بقطر الخيرية كمدير تنفيذي للتنمية المحلية بعد فترة وجيزة، ثم تم تعيينه مديراً عاما للتنمية الدولية، ثم تولى منصب رئيس قطاع الحوكمة، وهو القطاع الذي ساعد في تأسيسه تحسب المتطلبات الدولية بشأن حوكمة المنظمات الخيرية. يتمتع السيد الغامدي بخبرة واسعة في أنظمة الحوكمة لتمكين الإدارة الفعالة للجمعية وجعلها رائدة في المنطقة، كما يشغل السيد الغامدي منصب مدير الشؤون الخارجية جمعية قطر الخيرية، حيث شارك من خلال في تعزيز دور المنظمة ضمن المنظومة الدولية للعمل الإنساني والتنموي. السيد محمد الغامدي هو عضو مجلس إدارة مركز دوحة دول الحوار الأديان، وهو أيضا عضو نشط في المجتمع، حيث شارك في التنظيم والمشاركة في سلسلة من الفعاليات والمؤتمرات والمبادرات الوطنية الدولية في المجالات المتعلقة بالعمل التنموي والإنساني والثقافي. تفضل السيد، تفضل السيد محمد.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. صباح الخير. إن شاء الله أكون خفيف الظل عليكم. أعتقد أن في برزنتيشن المفروض يكون على الشاشة. هاي محسوب من وقتي؟ محسوب من وقتي ولا؟
محسوب. ما في واسطة.
موجود أعتقد يعني. طيب، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. طبعا أنا شوي بيكون عندي مقدمة فيما يتعلق حتى يعني المحاضرين يعرفون طبيعة عمل قطر الخيرية، وبعد ذلك حاجي على موضوع الإحصائيات والبيانات، لكن حمر سريعا على بعض القضايا اللي أيضا حتى تكونون معي في خلفية ما نواجهه من تحديات فيما يتعلق بالإحصائيات والبيانات. قطر الخيرية مؤسسة أنشئت في عام 1984، وهي تعمل في مجال العمل الإنساني والتنموي، وتشتغل في قطاعات متنوعة في 8 قطاعات العمل التنموي، وكذلك في 6 قطاعات في العمل الإنساني. لدينا انتشار جغرافي ونعمل في 70 دولة حول العالم. يقدر حجم الإنفاق السنوي ب$400 مليون، ويتنوع عدد مستفيدين من جنسيات وأعراق وخلفيات مختلفة، وكذلك أيضا يتنوع أيضا عندنا الموظفين اللي نعمل معهم في قطر الخيرية، كون عندنا 1200 موظف من 60 دولة، وأيضا الشركاء اللي نعمل معهم سواء كانوا حكومات أو منظمات وكالات تابعة للأمم المتحدة أو منظمات دولية أو جهات محلية وغيرها. فعندنا أكثر من 2500 شريك حكومي وغير حكومي. حاولنا في قطر الخيرية أن تكون ما نقدمه في ال8 قطاعات ترتبط ارتباط واضح ب3 أهداف من أهداف التنمية المستدامة SDGs، وبحيث أن احنا لما نجي نقدم خدماتنا على الأقل كل هدف يحقق بشكل أساسي 3 من الأهداف بنسب مختلفة. ولكن مثلا على سبيل المثال فيما يتعلق بالرعاية الاجتماعية، احنا في ما نقدمه من تدخلات يجب أن يقدم سواء كان يقضي على الفقر أو الصحة الجيدة أو التعليم الجيد، وهلم جرى في الأهداف المختلفة، وهذا يساعدنا أكثر على تحديد المخرجات التي نقدمها. فمن 2016 وحتى تاريخه 21 أنفقنا $1.1 مليار في مجالات مختلفة في المشاريع الإنمائية، و$337 مليون في دعم المشاريع الإنسانية. فلذلك احنا نعتقد ان مثل هذه الارقام التي ضخت عبر السنوات تحتاج الى توثيق جيد، وتحتاج الى عمليه تحليلها بشكل عميق من اجل ان تعطينا وترشدنا كيف نستطيع ان نستثمر هذه التدخلات، وايضا كيف نستطيع ان ايضا نقيس الاثر من ما نقدمه من مشاريع انسانيه وتنمويه حول العالم. خليني أعطيكم أنا مثال حي على بعض الأرقام الموجودة عندنا. من عام 2016 ل 21 مثلا على سبيل المثال في المجالات التنموية أو الإنمائية، نجد أن التعليم ورعاية الطفولة يمكن هم كانوا أكبر رقمين في تدخلاتنا، وهذا يعطينا مؤشر أن هناك على سبيل المثال من حيث خلفية المتبرعين يهتمون بدعم مثل هذه القطاعات، وفي المقابل هناك إمكانية للتوسع فيها وتقديم خدمات بشكل أكبر. وهذا أيضا يساعدنا أيضا على أن ننسق ونوحد جهودنا أيضا مع الشركاء والحلفاء المختلفين حول العالم فيما يتعلق بهذه المشاريع وكيفية يتم تطويرها وكيف يتم عملية التعاون والشراكة. نحن تقريبا 85% من تدخلاتنا هي تركز على الأعمال الإنمائية، ولذلك لن أوقف كثير عند الأعمال الإنسانية لأن أيضا تعطي بعض المؤشرات، ولكن يعني لدينا مشكلة ضخمة في المناطق التي تشهد صراع ونزاع طويل الأمد، بأن الحصة المخصصة لقضايا دعم التعليم قليلة جدا 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 حتى من الوكالات التابعة للأمم المتحدة، وهذا مؤشر خطير. على سبيل المثال الأزمة السورية بعد 12 سنة نتكلم على التعليم، ما ينفق على التعليم في سوريا لمواجهة الأزمة السورية يعتبر قليل جدا جدا. فانقطاع الأطفال 12 سنة عن التعليم، ومن بعد ذلك يعني استهداف المنشآت التعليمية وغيرها من الأمور، وأيضا هجرة المعلمين وغيرها، ينبع عن كارثة يجب أن نضعها أمامنا ونفكر كيف نتعامل معها. بدون أرقام بدون بيانات لا نستطيع أن نتنبأ ولا نستطيع أيضا أن نخطط لمرحلتنا القادمة. أعطيكم مثال آخر نلاحظ في الدائرة التي في الوسط أن في جائحة كورونا أثرت بشكل كبير جدا، وإحنا يعني نعتبر من الفاعلين، ليس من الفاعلين يعني بحجم الوكالات التابعة للأمم المتحدة أو الدول وغيرها من المنظمات، ولكن نلاحظ أن في 2019 في تراجع كبير جدا في عملية التنمية وعملية تنفيذ المشاريع وأيضا الحصول على تمويلات، وحتى مرحلة التعافي ما جاء بعد ذلك في 2020 و21 ما زلنا لم نصل إلى مرحلة 2018. فلذلك نعتقد أن العملية حتستمر يمكن أيضا في التراجع في ضوء الكوارث وضوء ما يشهده العالم من آثار للتغير المناخي وحروب وصراعات جديدة، وبالتالي الأرقام تعطينا مؤشر نحن أين ذاهبين وما ينتظرنا في المستقبل. مثل ما ذكرت احنا مثلا هنا نقول ان احنا 85% في الدائرة الأولى، الدائرة الأخيرة ان 84% من تدخلاتنا تركز على العملية التنموية، ولكن أيضا عملية التنموية دون مؤشرات، دون محددات، دون أيضا قياس دقيق لن تصب في صالح الدول التي نعمل فيها ولن تكون خطيرة ذات قيمة حقيقية. على سبيل المثال هذا الانتشار الجغرافي لقطر الخيرية في خدمات اللي تقدمها، النقاط الصفراء هي تشير للدول التي لنا مكاتب وتواجد ميداني فيها، فنستطيع أن نكون قريبين من الاحتياج، نساعد في دراسة الاحتياج، في توفير المعلومات والبيانات. والدول التي باللون الكامل اللون الأحمر هي الدول التي نقدم خدمات فيها ولكن من خلال مختلف الشركاء. أعطيكم مؤشر آخر أيضا يجب أن نضعه في عين الاعتبار عندما نتكلم على الأرقام والبيانات. هذه الدول التي نعمل فيها في مجال العمل التنموي، نجد مثلا تشاد في القائمة 190، القائمة مكونة من 191 دولة، فهي في أسفل الترتيب العالمي فيما يتعلق بالخدمات. وهلم جرة نجد في النيجر 189، 186 مالي وبوركينا فاسو وهكذا. فلذلك نعتقد أن هذه الدول التي لديها تراجع ضخم في التنمية البشرية وأيضا تحتاج إلى كميات حجم أموال ضخم في تقديم التدخلات الإنسانية والتنموية، وبالتالي لا نعتقد أبدا أن لديها القدرة الفنية والقدرة المالية والقدرة التقنية لتوفير معلومات وبيانات قادرة على تسهيل مهمات المنظمات والوكالات والمتدخلين وأعمال التنمية. وبالتالي أنا أعتقد ليست الإشكالية في توفير أموال لتقديم المساعدات هو التحدي الوحيد فقط، إنما أيضا دعم هذه الدول بالتكنولوجيا وبالبيانات وتسهيلها وتدريب العاملين فيها. وهذا شيء لا أعتقد أبدا أنه إذا لم يكن مخطط له ومجدول له سوف يتغير واقع هذه الدول بشكل كبير، لأن قد يكون عندنا هناك ما يسمى بالليك أو المعلومات قد لا تكون دقيقة، وبالتالي ما يقدم لا يرصد، أو إذا رصد يرصد بشكل خاطئ، وغيرها من المشاكل التحديات في توفير المعلومات. مثال آخر فيما يتعلق بتصنيف الدول من حيث اللجنة الدولية للإنقاذ، نجد أيضا أن نحن نعمل في الدول أيضا أكثر احتياجا وأكثر حاجة لعمليات التدخلات الإنسانية، فنجد أن أفغانستان على القائمة رقم 1 على مستوى العالم، ثم أثيوبيا، اليمن، النيجر، نيجيريا، ميانمار، وهذه الدول كلها نعمل فيها. عدد من الدول لدينا مكاتب فيها وعدد من الدول نعمل من خلال شركاء، ولكن هذه حقيقة نعتقد أن ما نواجهه شيء صعب ومعقد للغاية فيما يتعلق بكيف نستثمر المعلومات والبيانات لصالح هذه الدول وتقديم الخدمات. قطر الخيرية حتى تواجه هذه الإشكالية يعني في ضوء جهودها وفي ضوء ما نستطيع أن نقدمه، ولكن أيضا لا نجزم أبدا نحن نملك الحل أو نملك الأداة الكاملة. على سبيل المثال في آليات قطر الخيرية نحن نحرص أن يكون لدينا تقرير سنوي، وهذا التقرير السنوي عام لكل ما نقدمه وتقرير سنوي لكل دولة نعمل فيها، فنحاول أن نوجد معلومات وبيانات تساعد وتساهم في المعرفة أكثر عن هذه الدول واحتياجاتها. هناك أيضا آليات وطنية نصدر من خلالها التقارير للجهات الرقابية والجهات التي نعمل والدول التي نعمل فيها، وهناك آليات دولية حتطرق لها لاحقا بعدد أشكال من المعلومات والبيانات. خلينا نعطي نماذج حتى ما يكون كلامي عام. على سبيل المثال تقرير الأثر ل21 الذي أطلقناه وكان فيه يركز على أثر تدخلاتنا الإنسانية، وبعض التقارير الخاصة التي يتم إصدارها. آلية التوثيق، هناك عدد من الأنظمة تابعة للأوتشا مثل الفاينانشال تراكينج سيستم، الFTS وغيرها من الدك وغيرها من المعلومات. ولكن خلينا نروح آلية مهمة بالنسبة لنا نعتبرها اللي هي فيما يتعلق بالتعاون والشراكة اللي بديت حديثي عنه. هذا تعاون بيننا وبين مركز النزوح الداخلي، وهو تقرير عالمي، هو الوحيد على مستوى العالم الذي يرصد حركات النزوح في مناطق الصراع، وهو التقرير الوحيد الذي يصدر ولأول مرة بعد 20 سنة من إصداره يصدر باللغة العربية بالتعاون بين مركز النزوح وقطر الخيرية. ولكم تتخيلون أن 20 سنة وأن خلال مناطقنا العربية الإسلامية هي اللي تشهد أكبر حجم نزوح وأرقام كبيرة لا يصدر التقرير باللغة العربية. وكذلك أيضا تعاوننا معهم وأصدرنا تقرير متخصص ولأول مرة في الشرق الأوسط كان في 2019، وهذه تقارير علمية معتمدة ولها موثوقيتها. أيضا خدمة الFTS لتسجيل المساعدات، ولكن هنا حجيكم على مثال حي. نشوف هنا في دائرة هذه المساعدات اللي قدمت في سوريا، ونجد هنا في المرتبة 12 هي دولة قطر فيما يتعلق بالتراكينج وحجم المساعدات، ونجد قطر الخيرية في المرتبة 27 تقريبا إذا ما كنت مخطئ. فعملية توثيق البيانات مهم جدا وأساسي لكل الجهود التي تبذل على مستوى المنظمات وأيضا على مستوى الحكومات. نعتقد أن هناك تحديات كبيرة فيما يتعلق بالنسبة لنا للانتشار الجغرافي والجهات التي تتعامل معها، وأيضا الكلفة الكبيرة لمثل هذه البيانات. ولكن خلينا نروح للتوصيات لأن أيضا الدكتورة تقول لي استعجل. نحن نحتاج حقيقة إلى فريم وورك، إطار محدد للقطاع المجتمع المدني يسهل عليهم ضخ البيانات الموجودة عندهم والمعلومات ضمن هذه البلاتفورم، وأيضا توحيد نوعية البيانات التي نحتاجها من منظمات المجتمع المدني والخيرية وغيرها لتضخها في هذه البيانات لتبين حجم التنامي والتغييرات اللي قاعدة تصير سواء كان على المستوى المحلي أو على المستوى الدولي، وأيضا تطوير نظام لإدارة البيانات خاص بمنظمات المجتمع المدني، وأخيرا تأهيل وتدريب المنظمات المجتمع المدني بكيف تكون معلوماتهم صحيحة وسليمة حتى ما يشتكون علينا الجهات أن بياناتنا قد تكون ضخمة وتفصيلية وما تخدم أجهزة الإحصاء في الدول. وشكرا جزيلا.
شكرا للسيد محمد، التزامها بالوقت بالضبط يعني بالدقيقة، وأيضا للورقة الثرية من خبرة جمعية قطر الخيرية والخدمات التي تقدم، وتركيز على أنه الطفولة والأسرة لأنه هم الأساس. شوف يعني الجانب اللي يهمني، ولما احنا نطور في هالجانب راح بالتالي الجوانب الأخرى أيضا راح تتطور. الورقة الثانية إن شاء الله راح نشوف المنظور الإقليمي، الجهود المبذولة في تحديث التشريعات الإحصائية والتنسيق ضمن النظم الإحصائية الوطنية للدكتور أتيلا كرمان منظمة التعاون الإسلامي. الدكتور أتيلا يشغل منصب مدير إدارة الإحصاء والمعلومات في مركز البحوث الإحصائية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية والتدريب للدول الإسلامية سيسرك، التابع لمنظمة التعاون الإسلامي، وحصل على درجة البكالوريوس في العلوم المالية والمصرفية في عام 2001، ودرجة الماجستير في الإدارة المالية في عام 2004، ودرجة الدكتوراه في بحوث العمليات في عام 2015. انضم إلى مركز سيسرك في شهر أبريل 2015. 2007 بعد أن عمل في قطاعات الاستشارات الإدارية والتدقيق المالي والبحوث الاقتصادية في تركيا وألمانيا، وتشمل اهتمامات البحثية للدكتور كرمان القضايا الاستراتيجية والإدارية للإحصاءات الرسمية وأهداف التنمية المستدامة وتنمية القدرات الإحصائية واتخاذ القرارات الغامضة متعددة المعايير مع نقص المعلومات. دكتور تفضل. The floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction, and I would like to thank you, the Planning and Statistics Authority of State of Qatar and other co-organizers for giving us the opportunity to be presenting on the coordination and the modernizing the statistical legislation. I will be talking, first of all, on a revisitation of the first principle of the fundamental principles of official statistics, which makes really relevant in the case of coordination and modernizing statistical legislations. And secondly, I will be focusing on the coordination, first of all. Then afterwards, I will be proceeding with the modernizing statistical legislations and the recent developments in that regard at the international level. And then I will be ending my presentation with respect to the efforts of SESRIC, how we try to actually bring about synergies with the other international and regional organizations. Let's see, yeah. The first principle of the United Nations fundamental principles of official statistics states that official statistics provide an indispensable element in the information system of a democratic society serving the government, the economy, and the public with data about the economic, demographic, social, and environmental situation. To this end, official statistics that meet the test of practical utility are to be compiled and made available on an impartial basis by official statistical agencies to honor citizens' entitlement to public information. Now we have two actually perspectives in that regard. First of all, the official statistics produced by the NSS, the National Statistical System, have to instill trust in citizens. And in that respect, the citizens need to have the access to the methodologies how these statistics are produced and the end products at the end of this process. But how do we achieve these actually two perspectives, the trust and also the rights of citizens to public information? If we want to achieve the trust in public institutions, especially the National Statistical System agencies, the constituents, and guarantee the rights of citizens to public information, the decision makers need to assure a transparency in legislation. And the rules and measures pertaining to the operation of the statistical organizations. And yet, we also need to assure that these institutions are working in a coordinated manner, which means that the statistical organization, as the NSO, should not be acting alone. It should be in a coordinated manner with the relevant authorities that produce that actually statistics. When we look at the coordination between institutions in a governmental setting, it is important to ensure knowledge sharing, and then also we need to ensure functional processes, and ultimately we need to ensure high quality public service delivery. This is the reason or raison d'etre for a government, because if you don't provide the services, then there is no success, no achievement by a government. First of all, we need to assure that there's a high quality service delivery within a country. Despite the lack of a common definition for coordination in a statistical setting, we can define the statistical coordination as a process that enables the components of the statistical system to act as a coherent component, coherent system. And then coherence is ensured by the ability to mobilize budgetary resources to meet broad priorities, exploit potential synergies, and efficiencies, and ensure the consistency of the outputs of the system, and defend the system against political interference, which needs to be independent in the sense so that the end results or the information that have been produced by these agencies are actually impartial, and there's no actually problem with respect to the products that have been actually produced. When you look at this statistical coordination, there are actually two traditional approaches. One of them is the geographical, or in another saying, it's a vertical one, which means that the geographical coordination involves different levels ranging from the international to subnational coordination. And we have the sectoral or the horizontal coordination, which encompasses the variety of statistical units in line ministries, governmental departments or agencies involved in the data collection and dissemination, and also the sector-specific data producers and disseminators. But why do we need actually statistical coordination? Because the first principle has stated that there should be trust instilled in the users, and also there should be the access of the citizens to this actually end products produced. But in order to do that, first of all, we need to make sure that all the system as a component has to be working together. The data producers, first of all, need to coordinate efficiently to close the data gaps at the national level. And secondly, the new technologies and digitalization required improved coordination and data management accordingly. And additionally, reliable official statistics need to be communicated effectively to the policymakers so as to support the relevant decision-making processes. And statistical offices, especially inside the developing countries, need to improve the coordination with an effort or an objective to make sure that the international and national partners are actually funding their operations. What kind of challenges do we have in front of the statistical coordination? The strategic vision of the WISE Statistical Commission for 2030, approved by our member states in 2020, states three main actually challenges. First of all, the lack of relevant legislation defining the constituents of interinstitutional coordination and their respective responsibilities. Secondly, the lack of a strong institution to act as the leader within this national statistical system. And thirdly, the lack of a strategy formulation and implementation to sustain the interinstitutional coordination mechanism. In that respect, Paris 21 has published their coordination capacity in NSSs in 2021, and they have proposed an input-output model where, as you can see on the display, brings together the inputs and the outcomes together in order to make sure that there is a coordination capacity for the developing countries to make sure that the first principle has been achieved. The model takes into account the complex variety of inputs on the blue side and also the outcomes on the right-hand side. The inputs are defined as the items that need to be coordinated, such as data types and sources, staff and human resources, partners, survey and data collection methods and users, and also the key outcomes under 6 main items to enhance the performance that the coordination ensures. And in the model you see in the middle, the coordination capacity facilitates the attainment of certain outcomes using the inputs actually described. In that connection, the legislations make sense and are important so as to ensure there is actually efficient coordination within the national statistical system. And as statistical legislation without adequate provisions makes the national statistical system ineffective right from the beginning. And when we say adequate provisions, what should they actually entail or encompass? First of all, statistical legislation should be actually about the organization of the whole national statistical system. And it should also provide the relevant actually items with respect to the National Statistical Office and other data producers' roles, which should be followed by the governance, management, and coordination mechanisms. And there should be the items with respect to the data collection, statistical confidentiality, data quality assurance, and statistical products and services and cooperation engagement with stakeholders. And the new demands for data have been highlighted by the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, which also brings a lot of actually ambitious goals and also workload on the statistical agencies. In addition, due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, many countries need to adapt their data governance and stewardship to a digital society. For this reason, there's a need for modernizing the legislation so as to keep up with the pace of the high-speed actually development agenda. How should we ensure the modernizing the legislations within this high-speed actually development agenda? And our colleagues at the UNEC have actually designed a guideline. And in this respect, there are actually 10 steps for the national statistical system to adapt or actually to embrace this new modernizing legislative system. And there are actually 4 facets. There's the planning part, which starts with the strategic vision paper, which is, from my perspective, the most important one, because in the strategic vision paper, which has been actually prepared or which should be prepared in coordination and collaboration with the relevant stakeholders within the national statistical system, plays a role in lobbying the modernizing the legislation. And then we have the do part, which we need to contact the stakeholders and also drafting the law text. And in that respect, the generic law on official statistics, the GLOS, which has been actually introduced by the UNEC in 2016 and have been adopted by the other regional commissions of the UN, play a guiding role how it should look like. It doesn't say it must be the same, but it is giving a kind of a guideline how the modern statistical law should look like. And then we have the check steps involving the procedures, yes, I'm sorry, in the government and the parliament, and then we have the act step in order to actually assess the outcomes. And in that respect, SESIC is playing an intermediary role between the national statistical systems of our member countries and the international community. And in this respect, we have actually organized 2 workshops, one in 2021 with respect to the coordination, and in 2022 with respect to the modernizing the statistical legislations. And as a further reading, you can refer to these actually QR codes, how the coordination and the modernizing the statistical legislation should be actually taken a step further ahead. I would like to thank you again for this opportunity, and I would like the moderator for this. Thank you.
شكرا دكتور تيلا كرمان لهذه البرزنتيشن اللي فعلا يعني قيم جدا ايضا. ورح ننتقل الحين لدول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، نشوف الأدلة الإحصائية، وطبعا في نظام بيانات متطور، الآفاق والتحديات اللي راح يقدمها لنا الدكتور صلاح المزاحمي، المركز الإحصائي لدول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربي. الدكتور صلاح بن ناصر المزاحمي يشغل منصب مدير إدارة دراسات ومؤشرات التنمية في المراكز الإحصاء أو المركز الإحصائي لمجلس التعاون دول الخليج العربية منذ مارس 2017، كما يترأس مجموعة من اللجان الفنية بالمركز. شغل سابقا منصب المدير العام لمساعدة التخطيط والدراسات في وزارة الصحة بسلطنة عمان. التحق بوزارة الصحة العمانية في عام 1992 كإحصائي صحي إقليمي في إحدى المديريات الصحية بالمحافظات. في عام 2004 تم تعيينه مديراً لدائرة المعلومات الصحية والإحصاء في وزارة الصحة العمانية، وكان أيضاً عضواً نشطاً في اللجان الوطنية مرتبطة بالصحة والإحصاءات مثل لجنة وفيات الأمهات والخطة الصحية الخمسية ل4 دورات، ولجنة مشروع التأمين الصحي الاجتماعي. كما عمل الدكتور صلاح منسقا وطنيا لبعض المسوحات المتعلقة بالصحة، مثل المسح الوطني لصحة طلاب المدارس، والمسح الوطني لمكافحة التبغ بين الشباب، ومسح أنماط الحياة الصحية بين الطلاب المرحلة الجامعية. كما قام الدكتور بتدريس المساقات الإحصائية في الكليات الصحية، إضافة إلى مشاركته بأوراق عمل بحثية في الكثير من المؤتمرات والفعاليات العلمية المحلية والإقليمية والدولية ذات العلاقة بالإحصاء. طبعا حصل الدكتور صلاح على الدكتوراه في الإحصاء الصحة العامة من جامعة كوينزلاند بريسبان استراليا في 2015، حيث تضمنت رسالة الدكتوراه دراسة أنماط الوفيات في عمان من خلال المراجعة المتعمقة للأنماط الوبائية والديموغرافية. طبعا تخرج الدكتور صلاح من جامعة السلطان قابوس سلطنة عمان، وحصل على درجة البكالوريوس في الرياضيات والكمبيوتر عام 1992. في عام 2003 حصل الدكتور صلاح على درجة ماجستير في علم الأوبئة التطبيقية من جامعة كورتين للتكنولوجيا بيرث أستراليا. ما شاء الله السي في متنوع، فبنسمع أفكار جدا متنوعة في هذا المجال. تفضل دكتور.
السلام عليكم. شكرا دكتور على التقديم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. طبعا حقيقة من دواعي سروري أن أشارك في هذه الورشة الهامة، وأرى حقيقة أن هذه الورشة هي من أهم التظاهرات على المستوى الإقليمي حاليا في مجال تحديث الإحصاء ومواكبة التطورات العلمية. حقيقة كلنا نعرف أن ثورة علم البيانات والإحصاءات الرسمية يجب علينا أن نتطرق إلى أنجع الطرائق والمنهجيات والأساليب للاستفادة من هذه الثورة. حقيقة أنها متسارعة، ويجب أن نسخرها بما يخدم الإحصاءات الرسمية، وبالتالي دعم واتخاذ القرارات المناسبة. اليوم نحن نعاني أكثر من فيض المعلومات أكثر من شحها، فبالتالي هذه الطرق تحتم علينا أن نحسن اختيار المعلومة الإحصائية التي تساعدنا كذلك في الوصول إلى قرارات مناسبة لدعم التنمية. عرض اليوم راح حقيقة يركز أكثر شيء على الجهد الذي يبذله مجلس التعاون الخليجي في موضوع دعم العمل الخليجي المشترك بالأدلة والبراهين الإحصائية، مثل ما قلت منذ قليل في بيئة بيانات متغيرة تحتم علينا النظر بطرق مختلفة عن الطرق التقليدية. طبعا جميعنا نعرف أن مسيرة مجلس التعاون تجاوزت 40 عاما، من 81 إلى 2001. في 2021 فالعقد الخامس ننظر بطموح إلى أن نحدث نقلة نوعية في تعزيز العمل الخليجي المشترك. الأمانة العامة أن انتهت من إعداد الاستراتيجية العقد الخامس، وأعلن عنها مؤخرا. وطبعا من ضمن هذه الاستراتيجية مجموعة من المبادرات، وأهم مبادرة بالنسبة لنا كمركز إحصائي خليجي أن ندعم تنفيذها الاستراتيجية بالأدلة والبراهين. Sorry, I have a problem with my phone. Okay. Sorry. المستوى العالي الطموح نسعى إلى تحقيق مستويات غير مسبوقة من الرقي والازدهار لمواطني دول المجلس من خلال الاستراتيجيات والاتفاقيات كمجلس تعاون، وكذلك نسعى إلى أن تكون أن نمثل كتلة دول التعاون ككتلة واحدة اجتماعية واقتصادية موحدة، وهذا طبعا سيعزز مكانتنا كتكتل إقليمي ودولي مؤثر. طبعا الرقم الخليجي الموحد نسعى من خلاله إلى أن يسهم في قياس مجموعة من هذه الاستراتيجيات. يوجد معنا مجموعة كبيرة من الاستراتيجيات، يمكن على أهمها السوق الخليجية المشتركة التي تضمنت 10 مسارات، وبالتالي نحتاج إلى بيانات وإحصاءات موثوقة ومفصلة وآنية في ذات الوقت. فمن أجل دعم هذا القرار نحتاج إلى إبراز حجم كتلة دول مجلس التعاون والدور الريادي لها، كذلك متابعة تنفيذ السياسات. يوجد عدد كبير من السياسات، وحقيقة السياسات أعترف أن على مستوى المجلس تطلع الاستراتيجية والسياسة وتحتاج حقيقة إلى ترجمة على أرض الواقع، وكذلك نحتاج إلى رصد تقدم وقياس الأداء، وكذلك تقييم الأثر على هذه الاستراتيجيات، إضافة إلى اتخاذ القرارات اللازمة لزيادة فاعلية تلك الجهود المشتركة. طبعا من أبرز التحديات، أعتقد هذه التحديات مشتركة في جميع الأجهزة. نحن نحتاج إلى بيانات عالية الجودة تتاح بشكل منسق، تصل في الوقت المناسب، وكذلك طبعا تكون يعني ذات معايير مواصفات قياسية. ما هي المفاهيم المستخدمة، ما هي التعاريف، التصانيف، إضافة إلى حداثة البيان والإسناد الزمني له، الأدلة والمنهجيات المستخدمة، إضافة إلى مستويات تفصيل البيانات. نحن في دول مجلس التعاون مثل ما نعرف يعني نحتاج إلى بيانات تفصيلية، خاصة أن مثل ما نعرف جميعا أن السوق الخليجية المشتركة احتوت على مجموعة من المبادئ، الحق والمساواة في التعليم، في الصحة وما شابه ذلك. فما لم نستطيع الحصول على هذه البيانات فمن الصعب القياس. طبعا هناك كثير من المعايير المعتمدة خليجيا مثل الآيزك 8 الخليجي وغيره من التصانيف، فنريد أن نضمن أن هذه المعايير مستخدمة وموحدة بين دول مجلس التعاون. طبعا السوق الخليجية المشتركة تحتوي على 10 مسارات وفيها 21 محور، إضافة إلى 94 قرار ذا صلة بالسوق الخليجية المشتركة. فكذلك كثير من الاستراتيجيات، نعرف مثلا السياسة السكانية الخليجية أحد الاستراتيجيات، الاستراتيجية الصناعية، استراتيجية الطاقة. أرى أنه كذلك المركز حقيقة يعمل على مجموعة من المجالات ذات العلاقة بالإحصاءات القطاعية. يوجد لدينا أكثر من 18 مشروع نعمل عليها في المركز، موزعة بين مختلف مجالات الإحصاء، وكذلك حقيقة ربما هذا يمثل أحد التحديات. حاليا البيانات تردنا من خلال طبعا الكاونتر بارت أو المؤسسة النظيرة على مستوى الوطني هي جهاز الإحصاء، جهاز الإحصاء أو مركز الإحصاء بالدولة. وهذا طبعا جميعا نعرف كذلك على المستوى الوطني يعتمد على مدى تناسق وتدفق البيانات في الأنظمة الإحصائية الوطنية بين مركز الإحصاء والجهات المصدرية. المركز يعمل حاليا على تطوير منظومة إحصاء محوسبة يطلق عليها مرسى، التي نأمل أن ترسل بيانات بها إن شاء الله في نهاية المطاف. وهذه راح تكون علاقة يعني تكاملية بين الجهات المصدرية والجهات المستخدمة. فعلى المستوى الوطني معنا المصادر الرسمية للبيانات اللي هي في الأساس مصادر الإحصاء الوطنية، لكن كذلك قد نحتاج إنه يكون فيه باي باس للبيانات من الجهات المصدرية. ليست كل الإحصاءات تصل إلى بالتفصيل المطلوب طبعا إلى الجهة إلى المصدر المركز الإحصائي الوطني. كذلك نحن نتابع من خلال متطلبات القرارات السياسية والاستراتيجية، نترجم هذه السياسات إلى قائمة مؤشرات لتتبع قياسها. كذلك طبعا لدينا شركاء آخرون، المنظمات الإقليمية الدولية. ربما يعني نرى أنه هناك مؤسسات في مجلس التعاون الخليجي تتواصل مع الجهات الوطنية، مجلس الصحة مع وزارات الصحة، مجلس التربية مع وزارات التربية، فقد يكون كذلك تكامل على المستوى الإقليمي من خلال منظمات مجلس التعاون. طبعا هناك طموح أن نسعى إلى إصدار مجموعة من المنتجات، من ضمنها أوراق عمل ودراسات وأدلة، تقارير إحصائية. أعتذر، هذه هي الشريحة اللي أتكلم عنها، بالإضافة إلى طبعا البوابة الإحصائية راح تكون متاحة لمختلف المستخدمين بإذن الله. وبدأنا حقيقة في المرحلة التجريبية الآن، بدينا مثلا بإحصاءات الأسعار، إحصاءات التجارة الخارجية، وننتقل تباعا إلى المجالات المختلفة. طبعا الخطة الاستراتيجية للعمل الإحصائي المشترك اشتركت فيها كل الأجهزة الإحصائية في إعدادها، وطبعا هي كان شعارها التحول إلى إيجاد بيئة جديدة للبيانات في ظل التطورات اللي حاصلة على مستوى التقني. ورؤيتنا حقيقة بنهاية الاستراتيجية أن تكون لدينا منظومة إحصائية ذكية تستخدم الذكاء في جميع مراحل العمل الإحصائي. وطبعا لتحقيق هذه الاستراتيجية نتطلع إلى مجموعة من الاستراتيجيات يجب أن نتبعها، من أهمها رفع وتعزيز القدرات. حاليا المركز يعمل على إيجاد يعني شهادة مهنية في الإحصاءات الرسمية بتنسيق مع إحدى الجامعات، وإن شاء الله راح تكون متاحة لمختلف الأجهزة الإحصاء الوطنية. تأهيل الكادر البشري الخليجي لمواكبة التطورات، إضافة إلى بناء وتعزيز المهارات القيادية في العمل الإحصائي، تعزيز البنية التشريعية والمؤسساتية للبيانات، إضافة إلى تعزيز استخدام المصادر البديلة، السجلات الإدارية أو الربط الإلكتروني داخل المنظومة الخليجية، إضافة إلى نظام مارسل اللي تطرقت إليه، وآخر وليس آخر طبعا التحول وبناء الشراكات وإصدار مجموعة من المنتجات، ومن أهمها طبعا الداشبوردز أو المنصات المختلفة، وكذلك إتاحة البيانات لمستخدميها. آسف على الإطالة، طبعا ما دخلت في التفاصيل مثل البرزنتيشن السابقة. حبيت أن أعطيكم فكرة عن الجهد الذي يعمل عليه المركز حاليا، وإن شاء الله يعني أنا جاهز للرد، أو سواء كان للجمهور أو ثنائيا. شكرا لكم جميعا، إن شاء الله ما طولت.
شكرا دكتور صلاح، بالعكس ما طولت، خليت لنا كم 4 دقائق بالضبط على أساس أنه في بريك بعده، ولكن شكرا على الورقة القيمة اللي عرضت التحديات الإحصائية المستقبلية في المجتمع الخليجي، وكيف بعدين الحلول المناسبة لهذا طبعا أو هذه التحديات. عندنا 5 دقائق ولا تبون نكمل؟ 5 دقائق. طيب 5 دقائق لو سمحتوا. اي اوكي سوري.
الحضور الكريم، نترككم ان شاء الله لاستراحة لمدة 10 دقائق، بعدها ان شاء الله سنناقش باقي الأوراق العمل، وأرجو التكرم بتقييم الورشة من خلال الباركود الموجود على الطاولات، وأيضا تعبئة استمارة التسجيل. 10 دقائق إن شاء الله، وسنعاود المناقشات.
تم اعتماد رؤية قطر الوطنية 2030 التي تهدف إلى تحويل قطر إلى دولة متقدمة قادرة على تحقيق التنمية المستدامة وعلى تأمين استمرار العيش الكريم لشعبها جيلاً بعد جيل. كما تهدف أيضاً إلى تحقيق التنمية المستدامة من منظور المساواة والعدالة الاجتماعية على النحو الذي يجسده الدستور القطري. لقد حققت دولة قطر العديد من الإنجازات في مسيرة التنمية الوطنية. فعلى الصعيد الصحي حققت الدولة إنجازات ملموسة مع تبنيها لاستراتيجية واضحة تستجيب للطوارئ الصحية والأوبئة، واتضح ذلك من خلال تصديها لانتشار فيروس كورونا المستجد وحماية الأرواح من جهة، والحفاظ على عجلة الحركة الاقتصادية وتأمين الأفراد لمعيشتهم من جهة أخرى. وعلى صعيد التعليم تمتلك الدولة واحداً من أهم نظم التعليم المشهود لها عالمياً، حيث تبوأت مؤسسات التعليم العالي مراكز متقدمة على الصعيدين الإقليمي والعالمي، إلى جانب استضافة الدولة للعديد من الجامعات الدولية المرموقة، بالإضافة إلى مراكز البحوث المتعددة الاختصاصات. وفي مجال العمل تبنت دولة قطر عدة برامج وتعديلات قانونية لمعالجة بعض الاختلالات في إدارة شؤون شريحة من العمالة الوافدة، بهدف تحسين ظروف أفرادها المعيشية والحفاظ على حقوقهم المالية والمعنوية. أما على الصعيد البيئي فتتجه دولة قطر وبشكل قوي إلى الحلول الصديقة للبيئة، كتنويع مصادر الطاقة والاستثمار في الطاقة الشمسية والتوجه نحو نظام النقل العام الكهربائي والتحول إلى المباني الخضراء والتوسع في الحلول الطبيعية مثل مشروع ال1,000,000 شجرة. وتسير الاستعدادات لاستضافة بطولة كأس العالم بشكل متسارع، حيث يتم استثمار كافة الجهود لاستضافة هذا الحدث الذي سيترك إرثاً وطنياً مهماً وسيوفر لقطر ولشعوب المنطقة فرصاً لنشر رسالة ترحيب مستدامة وبناء جسور محبة وسلام للجميع وعرض هوية قطر الوطنية. إن من يزور دولة قطر هذه الأيام سيرى ورشة عمل دؤوب تعمل على مدار الساعة، حيث تمت تهيئة وتوفير طرق المواصلات والاتصالات كالطرقات والجسور والمترو والملاعب والفنادق والميناء والمطار، لا سيما البنية الرقمية الذكية بانتظار الزائرين. في عام 2008 تم اعتماد رؤية قطر الوطنية 2030 التي تهدف إلى تحويل قطر إلى دولة متقدمة قادرة على تحقيق التنمية المستدامة وعلى تأمين استمرار العيش الكريم لشعبها جيلاً بعد جيل. كما تهدف أيضاً إلى تحقيق التنمية المستدامة من منظور المساواة والعدالة الاجتماعية على النحو الذي يجسده الدستور القطري. لقد حققت دولة قطر العديد من الإنجازات في مسيرة التنمية الوطنية. فعلى الصعيد الصحي حققت الدولة إنجازات ملموسة مع تبنيها لاستراتيجية واضحة تستجيب للطوارئ الصحية والأوبئة، واتضح ذلك من خلال تصديها لانتشار فيروس كورونا المستجد وحماية الأرواح من جهة، والحفاظ على عجلة الحركة الاقتصادية وتأمين الأفراد لمعيشتهم من جهة أخرى. وعلى صعيد التعليم تمتلك الدولة واحداً من أهم نظم التعليم المشهود لها عالمياً، حيث تبوأت مؤسسات التعليم العالي مراكز متقدمة على الصعيدين الإقليمي والعالمي، إلى جانب استضافة الدولة للعديد من الجامعات الدولية المرموقة، بالإضافة إلى مراكز البحوث المتعددة الاختصاصات. وفي مجال العمل تبنت دولة قطر عدة برامج وتعديلات قانونية لمعالجة بعض الاختلالات في إدارة شؤون شريحة من العمالة الوافدة، بهدف تحسين ظروف أفرادها المعيشية والحفاظ على حقوقهم المالية والمعنوية. أما على الصعيد البيئي فتتجه دولة قطر وبشكل قوي إلى الحلول الصديقة للبيئة، كتنويع مصادر الطاقة والاستثمار في الطاقة الشمسية والتوجه نحو نظام النقل العام الكهربائي والتحول إلى المباني الخضراء والتوسع في الحلول الطبيعية مثل مشروع المليون شجرة. وتسير الاستعدادات لاستضافة بطولة كأس العالم بشكل متسارع، حيث يتم استثمار كافة الجهود لاستضافة هذا الحدث الذي سيترك إرثاً وطنياً مهماً وسيوفر لقطر ولشعوب المنطقة فرصاً لنشر رسالة ترحيب مستدامة وبناء جسور محبة وسلام للجميع وعرض هوية قطر الوطنية. إن من يزور دولة قطر هذه الأيام سيرى ورشة عمل دؤوب تعمل على مدار الساعة، حيث تمت تهيئة وتوفير طرق المواصلات والاتصالات كالطرقات والجسور والمترو والملاعب والفنادق والميناء والمطار، لا سيما البنية الرقمية الذكية بانتظار الزائرين. في عام 2008 تم اعتماد رؤية قطر الوطنية 2030 التي تهدف إلى تحويل قطر إلى دولة متقدمة قادرة على تحقيق التنمية المستدامة وعلى تأمين استمرار العيش الكريم لشعبها جيلاً بعد جيل. كما تهدف أيضاً إلى تحقيق التنمية المستدامة من منظور المساواة والعدالة الاجتماعية على النحو الذي يجسده الدستور القطري. لقد حققت دولة قطر العديد من الإنجازات في مسيرة التنمية الوطنية. فعلى الصعيد الصحي حققت الدولة إنجازات ملموسة مع تبنيها لاستراتيجية واضحة تستجيب للطوارئ الصحية والأوبئة، واتضح ذلك من خلال تصديها لانتشار فيروس كورونا المستجد وحماية الأرواح من جهة، والحفاظ على عجلة الحركة الاقتصادية وتأمين الأفراد لمعيشتهم من جهة أخرى. وعلى صعيد التعليم تمتلك الدولة واحداً من أهم نظم التعليم المشهود لها عالمياً، حيث تبوأت مؤسسات التعليم العالي مراكز متقدمة على الصعيدين الإقليمي والعالمي، إلى جانب استضافة الدولة للعديد من الجامعات الدولية المرموقة، بالإضافة إلى مراكز البحوث المتعددة الاختصاصات. وفي مجال العمل تبنت دولة قطر عدة برامج وتعديلات قانونية لمعالجة بعض الاختلالات في إدارة شؤون شريحة من العمالة الوافدة بهدف تحسين ظروف أفرادها المعيشية والحفاظ على حقوقهم المالية والمعنوية. أما على الصعيد البيئي فتتجه دولة قطر وبشكل قوي إلى الحلول الصديقة للبيئة كتنويع مصادر الطاقة والاستثمار في الطاقة الشمسية والتوجه نحو نظام النقل العام الكهربائي والتحول إلى المباني الخضراء والتوسع في الحلول الطبيعية مثل مشروع المليون شجرة. وتسير الاستعدادات لاستضافة بطولة كأس العالم بشكل متسارع، حيث يتم استثمار كافة الجهود لاستضافة هذا الحدث الذي سيترك إرثاً وطنياً مهماً وسيوفر لقطر ولشعوب المنطقة فرصاً لنشر رسالة ترحيب مستدامة وبناء جسور محبة وسلام للجميع وعرض هوية قطر الوطنية. إن من يزور دولة قطر هذه الأيام سيرى ورشة عمل دؤوب تعمل على مدار الساعة، حيث تمت تهيئة وتوفير طرق المواصلات والاتصالات كالطرقات والجسور والمترو والملاعب والفنادق والميناء والمطار، لا سيما البنية الرقمية الذكية بانتظار الزائرين. في عام 2008 تم اعتماد رؤية قطر الوطنية 2030 التي تهدف إلى تحويل قطر إلى دولة متقدمة قادرة على تحقيق التنمية المستدامة وعلى تأمين استمرار العيش الكريم لشعبها جيلاً بعد جيل. كما تهدف أيضاً إلى تحقيق التنمية المستدامة من منظور المساواة والعدالة الاجتماعية على النحو الذي يجسده الدستور.
الحضور الكريم، نستأنف الآن الحلقة النقاشية بعنوان النظام الإحصائي.
إن شاء الله ارتحتوا في الاستراحة. رح ننتقل للجلسة القادمة في أهمية البيانات في توجيه أنشطة البنك الإسلامي في دول الأعضاء البالغ عددهم 57 دولة. يقدمها السيد أبو كمارة، معهد البنك الإسلامي للتنمية. حصل السيد أبو كمارة على درجة الماجستير في الإحصاء من جامعة أورهوس في الدنمارك، ويشغل حاليا منصب كبير الأخصائيين في قسم البحوث والبحوث الاقتصادية والإحصاء في معهد البنك الإسلامي للتنمية. تفضل دكتور أو السيد أبو كمارة، تفضل.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'd like to thank the Qatari National Statistics for inviting us to this important workshop. My presentation today is on the importance of data in guiding or managing our projects, development projects for our member countries. The outline of my presentation, I will be talking about the IDB group, and then the different hubs that we have in our member countries, and trends in our IDB group financing, and the reports that we prepare internally for our management and our data sources. So the challenges that we face in terms of data, global reporting, and then concluding remarks. IDB, Islamic Development Bank, is based in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, comprising of 57 member countries across four continents. It is a multilateral development bank working to improve the lives of those we serve by promoting social and economic development in member countries and Muslim communities in non-member countries in accordance with the principle of Sharia. The ISDB started as one entity since 1975, and it has evolved from one entity to the following entity. We have the main IDB, and we also have ISDBI, which is the Islamic Development Bank Institute, which is responsible for knowledge creation and dissemination in Islamic economics and finance. We also have ISEC, which is the Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, which provide insurance cover for, to promote trade among our member countries. We also have our private sector, which is the Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector that supports economic development of member countries for private sector projects. We also have ITFC, which is the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, which promotes trade among our OIC member countries. We also have the ISFD, which is set up in 2015 and which promotes support to enhance productive capacity and sustainable means of income for the poor. So ISDB has been providing approvals to each member countries since 1975. The last 5 years, the approvals has reached, the trends in the net ISDB approvals has reached up to 8 billion in average for the last 5 years. The total approvals from 1975 to date stood at 165.6 billion as at end of June. The 11 sectors where our projects are, where we finance our projects are also shown here in the pie chart. Like I said before, we have 57 member countries across 4 continents. 27 are in Africa, 26 in Asia, 2 in Europe, and then 2 in Latin America. We have 11 regional hubs, about 1,200 staff. So our hubs are in Senegal, Morocco, Kazakhstan, Nigeria, Uganda, Egypt, UAE, Bangladesh, Suriname, Indonesia. We also have a center of excellence in Malaysia. Like I said before, our projects, our interventions are guided by the reports that we prepare internally for our management. These are some of the reports that we prepare to help management make decisions on how to target these projects to the most important intervention in the member countries. Also, it provides information on the performance of our projects to make informed decisions and facilitate country-level dialogue, evaluate the impact of the intervention in the member countries, and also monitoring the progress in achieving the SDGs. Our data is sourced from both internally, we have our operational data, which comprise of our approvals, the disbursement, and repayment. We also source data from international sources, notably the World Bank, the IMF, UN agencies, the SDSN, and EIU. We also source data from NSOs, which are prepared on periodic basis to produce some reports for our management. While providing this data, we also face challenges in terms of data reliability, accuracy, quality, sometimes data lag, consistencies. So harmonization also is also one major problem to compare projects among member countries. We also partner to provide statistical capacity building for our member countries. These are, so I've just listed about 4 of our partners. ADB, we provide statistical capacity building in the area of research, knowledge sharing, and area of national accounts, building statistical business registers, input and output table, global value chains. With Global Partnership for Sustainable Development, we implemented a project which looked at the strengthening the institutional capacity to use non-traditional sources, Earth observation data using Africa Regional Data Cube to understand deforestation, insight into water quality, identify the characteristics of areas being used for agricultural activity. It also helped to transfer satellite data production and analytical power capacity. It also helped the country to reduce decision time from months to days when ARDC and Earth observation are used in agricultural surveys. In Togo, we support the project to improve environmental data monitoring and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We also partner with ESQUAD, where we collaborate in joint statistical activity to support strengthening statistical capacity building in Western Asia. Of recent also, we partner with Oxford Policy and Human Development Initiative, OPHI, to prepare a series of briefs which explore different dimensions related to multidimensional poverty in ISDB member countries using data from the Global Multidimensional Poverty Index. We also report what we found. So these are some of the partners. We share our data, the OECD, the TOSD, Arab Coordination Group, and IATI. So finally, my concluding remarks here is that the IDB makes use of data produced by national statistical authorities as well as data from international sources to inform its decision. It is therefore imperative to strengthen the capacity of National Statistical Office and other data producers in the national statistical system to make available the required data to monitor and report on the progress of national development initiatives and then global initiatives such as the SDG. We recommend that we explore new data sources, tools, methods will help improve the timeliness, coverage, and quality of development data through collaboration, partnership, and knowledge sharing. Thank you.
Thank you. شكرا السيد أبو كمارة. والآن الورقة التالية الاستراتيجيات الوطنية لتطوير الإحصاء ودورها في دعم قدرة الأجهزة الإحصائية على إدارة البيانات والتحكم فيها من أجل التنمية، للسيد هادي السعيدي، المعهد العربي للتدريب والبحوث الإحصائية، وهو أخصائي اقتصادي وخبير في التخطيط الاستراتيجي وتقييم وتحديث النظم الإحصائية. اشتغل في العديد من المؤسسات الحكومية بتونس، وحاليا هو مدير عام المعهد العربي للتدريب والبحوث الإحصائية بعمان الأردن منذ 2019. تفضل دكتور الهادي. والله سوري ما قالوا لي. تفضل دكتور هادي.
شكرا جزيلا سيد الرئيس. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. هل الصوت مسموع؟
نعم.
اوكي. دونك شكرا جزيلا سيد الرئيس. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اسمح لي بداية أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لجهاز التخطيط والإحصاء بقطر وكل المنظمين على هذه الدعوة الكريمة للمعهد العربي للتدريب والبحوث الإحصائية للمساهمة في فعاليات هذا المؤتمر. وبخصوص مداخلتي لعنوانها الاستراتيجيات الوطنية لتطوير الإحصائيات ودورها في دعم قدرة الأجهزة الإحصائية على إدارة البيانات من أجل التنمية، فأعتقد أن كل ما تم ذكره إلى حد الآن يمكن أن يكون من بين العناصر التي تؤسس للاستراتيجية الوطنية لتطوير الإحصائيات، سواء يعني من حيث التشريعات كما أشار إلى ذلك عتيلا من سيسري، وكذلك تطوير الإنتاج الإحصائي وتحديثه وضمان جودته ودعم القدرات الإحصائية والبنية التحتية. وأعتقد أن دكتور صلاح من مركز الخليج قد أشار كذلك إلى كل هذه النقاط، طبعا بالإضافة إلى الانفتاح على المصادر الجديدة للبيانات على غرار البيانات الكبرى وسائل الاتصال الاجتماعي إلى غير ذلك. وهذا طبعا يتطلب استثمارات في جمع البيانات لكي تستجيب إلى الطلبات المتزايدة على البيانات من أجل التنمية. إذن المداخلة ستتمحور حول بعض النقاط: الخطط التنموية والأجندات الإقليمية والدولية وعلاقتها بالإحصاء، أجندة التنمية المستدامة وتطوير الإحصائيات، الاستراتيجيات الوطنية ما هي، يعني ما هو مفهومها، ما هي أهدافها، وكذلك الهدف من هذه الاستراتيجيات وهو دور هذه الاستراتيجيات في دعم قدرة الأجهزة الإحصائية على إدارة البيانات من أجل التنمية. سأتعرض كذلك إلى بعض التحديات والصعوبات التي تواجه الدول في إعداد هذه الاستراتيجيات، ولكن كذلك في عوامل نجاح رئيسية لإعداد هذه الاستراتيجيات، وأنهي بالتوصية. فيما يتعلق بخطط التنمية الوطنية وأجندات التنمية الإقليمية والدولية وعلاقتها بالإحصاء، سوف لن يعني أتحدث فيها كثيرا، ولكن سأشير فقط إلى لأنه يعني تقريبا الزملاء قد تعرضوا إلى هذه النقطة بإتناب في الجلسات الأولى والثانية والثالثة تقريبا، وكذلك السيد محمد علي الغامدي من الخيرية، دكتور صلاح، تعرضوا إلى علاقة التنمية بالإحصاء وضرورة توفير البيانات. ولكن سأشير فقط إلى أن كل هذه الأجندات وكل هذه الخطط التنموية وهذه البرامج الوطنية والبنى التحتية والاستثمار والتنمية البشرية كلها يعني تتطلب بيانات ومؤشرات دقيقة ومؤشرات موثوقة، وكذلك ذات جودة وشاملة وفي الوقت المناسب، حتى نحدد هذه الأولويات ونشخص تشخيصا دقيقا الأوضاع الحالية للتنمية في البلد. إذن كل هذه الأجندات تتطلب بيانات ومؤشرات دقيقة. فيما يتعلق بأجندة التنمية المستدامة والتي ضاعفت حقيقة الضغوط على النظم الإحصائية الوطنية من أجل توفير بيانات، لأنه في العديد من البيانات المستجدة، في العديد من البيانات يعني الجديدة التي لم يشتغل عليها من قبل الأجهزة الإحصائية أو النظم الإحصائية الوطنية، على غرار يعني البيئة، على غرار الهدف 16 إلى غير ذلك. وكما تعلمون جميعا أن هذه الأجندة أو هذه تتميز يعني بربطها ودمجها لأبعاد ثلاثة للتنمية المستدامة، وهي المجالات الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والبيئية.
طبعا دكتور بس الصوت نعم. شوية لو ترفع صوتك أو تقرب من المايك أكثر، لأنه شوية الصوت واطي.
أوكي، هل واضح حاليا الصوت؟
يعني قرب من الميكروفون أكثر.
أوكي
شكرا.
يلا شكرا جزيلا دكتورة. أوكي، إذن أشرت إلى أنه بالنسبة لأجندة التنمية المستدامة فتتميز بربطها ودمجها لثلاث أبعاد رئيسية، وهو البعد الاجتماعي، البعد الاقتصادي، والبعد البيئي، طبعا من أجل تأسيس رؤية للسلام وتحقيق الاستقرار الاقتصادي وحقوق الإنسان كما جاء في وثيقة التنمية المستدامة، وكل ذلك في إطار تشاركي تفاعلي بين كل يعني المتدخلين في العملية التنموية. ما أشير إليه كذلك في هذا المجال هو أنه هذه الأجندة تعتبر المرجع المشترك لخطط التنمية الإقليمية والوطنية مع العمل على أن تكون متوافقة مع البرامج الأخرى وأولويات التنمية الإقليمية والوطنية. فيما يتعلق بعلاقة هذه الأجندة مع المخططات التنموية فيكفي الإشارة إلى أنها أهداف يعني ليست منفصلة وليست متوازية، ولكنها متكاملة، كما أن إطار النتائج المنتظرة منها هو إطار متكامل وإطار مشترك يتعلق بالأولويات التنموية والوطنية والإقليمية والعالمية. أشير كذلك إلى أن 91% من خطط التنمية الوطنية المصادق عليها منذ 2015 يعني استندت صراحة إلى أهداف التنمية المستدامة عند إعدادها. طبعا كل هذا يبرز زيادة في الطلب على البيانات الإحصائية، وكذلك بروز حاجيات جديدة كما أشرت مثلا فيما يتعلق بالبيئة أو فيما يتعلق بالهدف 16. طبعا هذه الطلبات المتزايدة على البيانات يعني فيه عرض على هذه البيانات، وفيه طلب عليها. إذن فيما يتعلق بالطلب أعتقد أنه في طلب كبير على إحصائيات محلية، إحصائيات حول النوع الاجتماعي، إحصائيات حول الإعاقة، إحصائيات حسب يعني المنطقة الجغرافية، إحصائيات قطاعية كذلك على غرار التربية، الصحة، النقل، الفلاحة، البيئة إلى غير ذلك. وبالإضافة إلى ذلك هناك حاجة إلى النشر والإبلاغ على هذه البيانات التي تتطلب طبعا موارد واستثمارات كبيرة لتوفيرها ولوضعها على ذمة المستخدمين. وفي المقابل فيما يتعلق بالعرض طبعا هناك الإحصائيات الرسمية التي توفر يعني أكبر عدد ممكن من هذه البيانات من خلال نظم الإحصاء، وكذلك المصادر الجديدة للبيانات على غرار يعني البيانات الكبرى، البيانات المكانية، صور الأقمار الصناعية، كذلك وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي. دونك كل هذه الطلبات موجودة حاليا، ولكن يبقى طبعا السؤال مطروحا حول مدى استجابة النظم الإحصائية الوطنية إلى هذه الطلبات المتزايدة والمعقدة، وكذلك طلبات متسارعة ومتغيرة. وطبعا يبقى دائما الأجهزة الإحصائية هي رأس الحربة في توفير هذه البيانات والعمل على توفير هذه البيانات. الأجندة التنمية المستدامة قد تعرضت كذلك إلى تطوير البيانات إلى الإحصائيات من خلال التزام المجتمع الدولي بمعالجة القضايا المنهجية بما في ذلك الثغرات في القدرات والمنهجية من حيث البيانات والرصد والإبلاغ. طبعا كل هذا لقياس ورصد 17 هدف و169 غاية، طبعا بالإضافة إلى المؤشرات أكثر من 242 مؤشر يتم تحديثها ومراجعتها بشكل دائم. طبعا الغاية معروفة، الغاية الأولى والغاية الثانية، ولكن سأشير من خلال هاتين الغايتين إلى ضرورة إعداد يعني استراتيجيات وطنية أو مخططات إحصائية وطنية تكون ممونة بالكامل من قبل الدولة وتكون بصدد الإنجاز من تحديد مصدر تمويل. هنا تجي أهمية الاستراتيجيات الوطنية لتطوير الإحصائيات الإحصائيات. طبعا هذه الغايتين مسؤول عليهم باريس 21. هنا يظهر بكل جلاء أنه إعداد الاستراتيجيات أو مسار إعداد الاستراتيجيات الوطنية لتطوير الإحصائيات هي أو تعتبر الاستجابة الاستراتيجية والعملية للاستجابة لهذه الحاجيات المتزايدة إلى البيانات. مفهوم الاستراتيجية هي يعني ترتكز على 3 عناصر. أولاً الاستراتيجية هي إطار يسمح بإدخال تحسينات على القدرات الإحصائية، ثم هي مسار وهنا تتبع يعني مقاربة تشاركية في كل مراحل خطوات التصميم من حيث تحقيق التنسيق بين أصحاب المصلحة، وكذلك هي إنتاج يعني تفضي في نهاية المطاف إلى إنتاج رؤية وخطة عمل مفصلة ومحددة تكلفة لفائدة الدول لإنتاج إحصائيات على مدة 3 5 أو 10 سنوات. أهدافها بعجالة تتوائم مع برامج التنمية على الصعيد الوطني والإقليمي بما في ذلك الإدماج والإبلاغ عن أهداف التنمية المستدامة، وتشجع كذلك على دمج الإحصائيات والحديث على نظام إحصائي متكامل متفاعل مع بعضه، كما تشجع كذلك على دمج أولويات التنمية في التخطيط الإحصائي. وهنا نلاحظ العلاقة بين الاستراتيجيات الوطنية لتطوير الإحصائيات والخطط التنموية، فهما يتكاملان فيما بينهما. كذلك تسهل تطوير الجانب التنظيمي للنظام الإحصائي كما أشار دكتور عتيلة من سيسرك لذلك، وتضمن المشاركة والإدماج من خلال التعبئة والتشويق. فيما يتعلق بمسار إعداد الاستراتيجيات الوطنية لتطوير الإحصائيات فهي يعني أولاً هي تخضع إلى منهجية صارمة تعمل على تشريك كل المتدخلين في المجال الإحصائي والتنموي، ويبقى هدفها الرئيسي هو الاستجابة قدر الإمكان إلى الطلبات المتزايدة من الإحصائيات وتحسين اشتغال النظام الإحصائي الوطني في كل مراحل، تتمحور حول مراحل وخطوات وأنشطة يعني فيها المرحلة الأولية، المرحلة التصميم، ثم مرحلة التنفيذ. أشير فقط إلى أن كل هذه المراحل وهذه الخطوات مترابطة مع بعضها البعض، وكل مرحلة تخدم المرحلة المقبلة. وكذلك هي عنصر نجاح للمرحلة. فمثلا إذا شخصنا يعني إذا تم إشراك كل أصحاب المصلحة في المرحلة الأولية إلى غير ذلك، ستساهم في إنجاح مرحلة التصميم من خلال التشخيص ووضع البرامج إلى غير ذلك، وكذلك مرحلة التنفيذ من خلال التقييم والتنفيذ والمتابعة. حاليا سنحاول أن نتعرف أكثر على دور الاستراتيجيات في دعم قدرة الأجهزة الإحصائية على إدارة البيانات من أجل التنمية. فيما يتعلق بالمرحلة الأولية، يعني هي تهيئ الظروف للمشاركة الفعالة لأصحاب المصلحة في مسار إعداد الاستراتيجية، التعرف كذلك على ما هي الأهداف الوطنية للتنمية، وكذلك المؤشرات ذات الصلة اللي يتم أخذها بعين الاعتبار عند إعداد الاستراتيجية، ما هي الاحتياجات من البيانات، طبعاً احتياجات من البيانات من كل المتدخلين في العملية الإحصائية، من حكومة، من قطاع خاص، من أكاديميين، من مجتمع مدني إلى غير ذلك. تفضي كل ذلك في نهاية المرحلة إلى إعداد وثيقة مرجعية لتبرير إعداد الاستراتيجية وحشد الدعم لها وتشجيع كل المتدخلين على الانخراط في إعداد هذه الاستراتيجية. فيما يتعلق بمرحلة التصميم، نحاول من خلالها أن نفهم يعني بشكل أفضل ما هي المشاكل وتحديات الإنتاج الإحصائي، ما هي تلبية أو كيف نلبي طلبات المستخدمين بالإحصائيات الجيدة من خلال 3 عناصر رئيسية. أولاً التركيز على مستخدم البيانات وما هي احتياجاتهم ومدى رضاهم على البيانات، الإنتاج الإحصائي من خلال الجودة، من خلال الشمولية، من خلال يعني كل أو إخضاعها إلى كل المبادئ الأساسية للإحصائيات الرسمية، ثم الحوكمة والإطار التشريعي.
دكتور لديكم 3 دقائق، أنا آسفة.
أوكي، أحاول أن أسرع. وتحديد التوجهات الاستراتيجية، تطوير إطار النتائج إلى غير ذلك. ربما تفضي هذه المرحلة إلى إعداد خطة عمل كاملة ومتكاملة وفي إطار تشاركي. المرحلة الأخيرة هي مرحلة التنفيذ، وفيها التقييم والتنفيذ والمتابعة، فنحاول من خلالها حشد الموارد لتنفيذ الاستراتيجية، التركيز على المتابعة المستمرة، التحديث والمصادقة على خطط العمل السنوية، مراجعة مكونات بعض عناصر الاستراتيجية إذا اقتضى الأمر ذلك من خلال التقييم المتواصل. بعض الصعوبات والتحديات التي تواجه الدول في إعداد هذه الاستراتيجيات، طبعاً التحدي الأكبر وهو أو الضغط الكبير على الأجهزة الإحصائية والنظم الإحصائية، والطلب الكبير على البيانات المتأتية من الخطط التنموية والأجندات الإقليمية إلى غير ذلك. لاحظنا كذلك طلبات كبيرة جداً بسبب كوفيد 2019 والأزمات الأخرى، كذلك نقص الموارد الذاتية وفشل الجهود في الحصول على موارد خارجية بالنسبة للدول اللي تبحث عن تمويل. في بعض الأحيان هناك طموح مفرط في الخطة بما يفوق القدرات الفعلية لتنفيذها، التعقيد الزائد في بعض الأحيان في صياغة الخطة وتحديد عناصرها، في بعض الأحيان في عدم توفر البيانات والمعلومات بالشكل الكافي، أو ضعف تعاون الشركاء مما يؤثر سلبا على تشخيص الوضع الحالي تشخيصا دقيقا يمكن الاعتماد عليه. كذلك عدم توفر بيئة سياسية واجتماعية وعلى رأس الاستقرار السياسي. وأشير هنا أن بعض الخطط الاستراتيجية رغم إعدادها ولكن لم يتم تنفيذها بالشكل الكافي. سرعة التقدم التكنولوجي قد يخلق وضعا يختلف عما وضعته الخطط من أهداف، وبالتالي ضرورة تحديثها بشكل متواصل. التحدي الكبير جدا على الأجهزة هو دائما تحسين جودة البيانات الموجودة من خلال الدقة والتوقيت والتغطية إلى غير ذلك، ثم إنتاج بيانات حول مجالات جديدة على غرار يعني البيئة والسلم والهجرة إلى غير ذلك. ثم فيه يعني وخاصة منطقتنا العربية مسألة الهشاشة والأزمات المختلفة وأنواع أخرى من التحديات على غرار الموارد البشرية. عوامل النجاح بسرعة: يجب أن يتوفر دعم سياسي قوي واعتراف صريح بالإحصائيات في الاستراتيجيات الوطنية، حوار حقيقي تشاركي تفاعلي بين كل مستخدمي أصحاب المصلحة، يجب أن تكون الاستراتيجية مشتركة بين الكل، ثم مساهمة والتزام جميع مكونات بتنفيذ الخطة، وضرورة حشد التمويل الوطني ودعم التنسيق. أنهي المداخلة ببعض التوصيات، وأول هذه التوصيات هو ضرورة
شكرا دكتور، لأن يعني أخذنا أكثر من 3 دقائق، بس التوصيات أيضا موجودة قدام الحضور على ما شكرا. أنا آسفة أني قاطعتك، وحتى التوصيات موجودة، وحتى يعني ما قادرة أعلق حتى على الجلسات على أساس الوقت إحنا تأخرنا. رح نعرج على المناخ وحين ترند المناخ وتأثيره، وشلون إحنا دور البيانات في رصد تأثير طبعا التغيرات المناخية على المجتمع. أنا أتكلم عن دكتورة اللي راح تقدم لنا هالموضوع، دكتورة ديوغو سيفير Muhammad Gul. I'm sure, I'm sorry because I cannot pronounce your name, but I will give you a chance to introduce yourself, then I will count your presentation. So please come to the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Sherifa. Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Seda Duygu Sever Mehmetoğlu. I know that you were expecting to see Dr. Damilola here, but with a last-minute change of plans, he had to be in New York for the UN Assembly, and I'm here today to present you our joint work with Dr. Damilola. I was told that I'm allowed to do a really small introduction for myself. I have a PhD in political science and international relations, and currently I'm working as a postdoctoral researcher at Hamad bin Khalifa University. My expertise is energy transition, climate change, and sustainable development. I wrote a PhD dissertation on pushing and constraining factors in energy policymaking with a specific focus on nuclear energy. Before joining HBKU, I was a visiting researcher at IFRI in Paris in the Center for Energy. And currently, along with my research agenda on energy and climate, I'm working for a very interesting project funded by QNRF. This is a 5-year project on sustainable development goals education here in Qatar. Today, I'm here to talk about the role of data in monitoring, predicting, and mitigating the impact of climate change. What a heavy title, right? We could just talk for hours and hours regarding each of these specific elements. But instead of that, what I prepared for you is rather a snapshot in order to link the climate change and the role of data. And I wanted to focus on 6 basic questions. And interestingly, I think this presentation will be almost like a policy brief because you'll see that many of the key takeaways from the presentations since we've been hearing since the morning will be here as the main strategies to follow. So let's start with what question. What is the issue of concern for us right now? We have this challenge of climate change, which is very urgent. And the old image of climate change was a fact or a reality which was far away, right? We used to see these poor animals, melting glaciers. So this was kind of the old image of climate change. But as the years has been passing by, we have been seeing the impact of climate change more and more into our lives. So there has been hurricanes, there are extreme weather events, we are witnessing heat waves, and they are expected to increase even more. Speaking of extremes, let me ask you a quick question. Do you remember what happened on July 28th? Any ideas, any guesses? Feel free to jump in. What's that? Rainstorms? I heard something. Rainstorm here. Well, we have been having a lot of floods in Qatar, that's true. But this is more at a global level. July 28th was unfortunately the Earth Overshoot Day. And what this means is that by July 28th, we, as the humanity, have consumed all the biological resources that the Earth can regenerate for the entire year. This is very striking. Climate change and mitigation efforts for climate change are not only about decreasing the emissions, decarbonization of the whole economy. This is something more than that. We have to make peace with nature. And unfortunately, if you check the equilibrium of the Earth Overshoot, that you would see that it was back in 1971. Each year, the date is approaching even more. And today we need almost 1.75 Earths so that we can meet our demands. This is very striking. So this was the what question. What is the challenge that we need to address? Let's focus on the MENA region as part of the where question. I really like this map because I find it really striking. It is from Global Footprint Network, and it's indicating the ecological deficit versus the reserve. So ecological deficit means that population in that specific region is consuming more than that specific area can offer for biological resources. And you'll see a scaling of colors. The red colors would represent an ecological deficit, and of course the green colors would be representing a reserve. And what is striking about this map is that when you check MENA countries, you'll see that they are all in the red zone, in the zone of ecological deficit. The issue of climate change and all the environmental impacts are not only about emissions, as I want to highlight. I couldn't highlight it more. And especially for the MENA region, it's even more dangerous for the nexus between food and water, because we are witnessing drier seasons, we are having warmer seasons, we are witnessing freshwater scarcity. And if you check the indexes regarding stress of water security, you'll see that almost all of the MENA countries are part of the extreme stress, extreme water stress countries. This is something that we should consider. And not only food, environment, or water security. When you think about the spillover impacts of all of these, we see that climate change has the potential to escalate the existing problems for social, economic, and environmental issues. Here I have the example of climate migrants, for instance. We have desertification from one side and sea level rises from the other side, depletion of resources, problems with land fertility. So we'll see more and more climate refugees, and this is something that UN is already working on, how to define them, what would be the rights, how should we even frame this whole legal framework, right? And as a striking example, only 1 meter sea level increase globally is expected to result in 6 million migrants in the Nile Delta region. So think of the spillover political impacts of these. So to sum up, we can say that climate change is not just a matter of designing policies, keeping up with global standards for the MENA region. It's about survival. So we know where, we know what. Let's focus on the why question. So how data relates to all of this. What is the role of data in enhancing the efforts to mitigate the impact of climate change? What does data offer us? First of all, I think one of the main benefits of having reliable, consistent data would be setting the standards. We have to know, first of all, what we are talking about. We have the targets, we have the metrics, but what does it mean for all of them? So if I were to ask, what is sustainable development for you, to any of you, maybe we could collect like almost 10 different versions. Even though we have some concrete targets, for instance, by UN, the way the countries would interpret them might be also different. So we need to set the standards, we need to have specific metrics, indexes, we need to define these metrics. And apart from that, it is also important to detect and monitor the progress, as well as good doers and non-compliers. So if we can detect the best practices within the ecosystem, it will be maybe following up into other good practices, or it will be good in terms of businesses, for instance, for the local community to detect which institutions or which businesses are complying with the current policies and law. And of course, this will give the opportunity for the decision makers also to track the progress of their existing policies. Related to that, I think offering a baseline would be another important factor that data can contribute. I think it was Dr. Aladdin this morning. He was presenting a very interesting tool on social listening, and he made a very interesting comment. One of the challenges about that tool was that there was no other examples to benchmark, to compare, and to see where are the gaps. This is very important, right? We have to know what we have already or what are the benchmarks, what is the baseline, so that we can compare the progress. And it's not only about the emissions or targets for climate change or decarbonization. When you consider the fight with climate change, you would hear a lot the energy transition as a whole. So the contribution to the mitigation efforts does not only come with decreasing the emissions. It's a holistic procedure. It includes cities, it includes transportation, even the consumption habits of the people, right? So we need to have baseline data regarding all of these so that we can have a projection for what feature we would like to aim. Speaking of feature, another important aspect of having reliable data and availability of data, of course, would be designing informed policies, planning, and investment. So if we have the data for climate mitigation and other energy transition-related elements, we would have the possibility to identify the gap, the needs, and our existing capabilities so that we can devise evidence-based policies. And it is not only valid for the governments or the ministries, it is also valid for business sector as well, for the investors. If they have relevant and consistent, reliable data on climate, they will have a reference point so that they can also drive their investments towards that, which would definitely increase the speed of sustainable development. Okay, so we know why data matters for climate change mitigation. So how do we get there? What should we be doing? And indeed, most of the points were somehow distributed to many of the presentations we've been hearing since morning. The cooperation and coordination part, for instance. I think Dr. Attila had referred to that, which is a very important aspect, because decarbonization is not only about ministries taking decisions and some key industries following that. No, we have so many different stakeholders in the ecosystem. We have education institutions, we have like civil transportation, we have actual buildings. So we have to make sure that everybody is on board and everybody is involved, especially the key sectors, which would be like the construction sector, energy, oil and gas sectors. We need to make sure that they are all part of this process. And also, it's very important for that cooperation to have a link between different levels of analysis. For instance, you might have some measurement and reporting system for different facilities, different compounds, locations, and also you might have some reporting elements for different sectors. But you need to have a mechanism to connect the dots between, I would say, individual, like facility level, sector level, national level, even regional and international level, so that you can come up with a holistic view, holistic snapshot of the situation that we are today. This is very, very crucial. In line with that, a second aspect for this would be the localization. By localization, I don't mean to designing local indexes that would be competing with global standards. On the contrary, what I mean is to contributing to the existing reporting systems with local inputs. Because when we talk about climate change, different locations, different localities, different parts of the world are witnessing different problems. We cannot say that a country in Southeast Asia has the same issues, the same emergencies with Qatar, for instance. So it's important to have localized input so that we can design context-dependent policies to fight with climate change. And of course, all of these would require regulation, and we need to have some standards for reporting, what would be the criteria, what would be the timeline, what would be the penalties or sanctions when people don't report about their mitigation policies or emissions, let's say. And also, this would help in terms of devising the criteria so that we have a more accessible system to data in relation with climate and decarbonization. Which would lead me to our fourth point regarding how we can integrate the better role of data in climate change mitigation, which is increased transparency and access to data. Accessing data is very difficult. I'm a researcher in energy, and believe me, I'm having real difficulties even in addressing what is the energy intensity of a certain country. You would think that it's just a practical information, right? And the information would be anywhere, but no, believe me. The information is sometimes dated, outdated, and if accessible, let's say. This is why it's very important to create some incentives for transparent data sharing within the stakeholders in order to address the awareness of transparency and importance of data. Last but not least, tools and technology. We've been referring to multiple tools in the morning session, and it's very important that the tools that are designed are user-friendly, technically feasible, economically cost-effective, of course, and in line with overall strategies. And also what matters is not only designing the technologies, but to make every country or every stakeholders willing to be part of it, to take the technology, to diffuse the technology to the stakeholders that need it. And regarding the who, I think we all have a stake in this process. I mean, there were references to the youth, for instance, volunteering to data collection for school mapping, or social media posts, which includes the people into the actual data collection process. And also statistical authorities, local authorities, ministries would have a huge role in terms of enforcing all these elements regarding data collection. And international development agencies as well would have an immense role in terms of facilitating the sharing of knowledge, sharing of capacities, and building an environment of collective action in that regard. And we should start now, as soon as possible. We need baselines, we need today's information, and we need regular and consistent reporting in that. To conclude, I think the best message would be to have a collaborative coordination atmosphere, linking different actors so that we can have a transparent and reliable system for reporting. Thank you for listening. Please feel free to reach out for your questions and remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this fruitful presentation. I know climate change needs too much to discuss with, especially it's something really I like to talk about it even. ما في مجال للأسئلة، بس أنا ما أدري الأورجنايزر يعني يعطونا سؤال واحد على الأقل، لأنه الوقت سؤال واحد على الأقل. ما في سؤال؟ تفضل. Okay, you can have it, please. Yes, introduce yourself, then ask the question and the name of the presenter. Yeah, I think I can hear you, but I don't know what about the others. Just the mic, please. They will bring the mic.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Dr. Madhavi from PSA. I have one concern regarding the presentation of Dr. Hadi.
Okay. Dr. Hadi is with us. Dr. Hadi معنا? He's still online, eh?
If he is online, or maybe the chair can share the same. He suggested many changes with respect to data strategies and all. So can we suppose that there is a requirement for data strategy instead of official statistics strategy to implement what all the changes which he has suggested? So is it suitable for the Arab world, or having a data strategy for every country?
اوكي دكتور هادي اذا تحب تجاوب على السؤال، وهل تحتاج انه نترجم لك السؤال ولا معنا هو في الاونلاين؟ هل الاحصائيات اللي تكلمت عنها والاستراتيجيات دكتور تنفع لثقافات اخرى او دول اخرى غير المنطقه؟ تفضل دكتور.
I have one more submission.
Sorry?
I have one more submission, please, to all the speakers, respected speakers, because the speakers today are mainly from United Nations and other allied organizations. Instead of confining the SDGs tasks only to the employees, why can't we shift the strategy to a participative approach? Yani, can we make these SDG strategies or related courses as a curriculum or as an online courses for all the people across the world? Because yesterday we have seen many countries are lagging behind in achieving the SDGs. So these SDGs tasks, so far we have observed, this is just the task of the officials who are working. Rather, if we can mingle the people, take an example of a graduate from Qatar University. So the person, if the courses related to SDGs regarding a particular country, suppose take an example of Qatar. So Qatar, how far it is reached and what is the lacunae? If graduates are educated regarding the lacunae of their own country, they'll be equipped with the information what is actually required for their country.
Okay.
Okay.
I will just let Dr. Hadi to answer the first question. Okay. Then the second question, I don't know if somebody.
It's not a question, it's a suggestion. You can suggest your corresponding organization.
But if anybody wants to comments in that, okay? So Dr. Hadi, تفضل.
شكرا جزيلا. إذا فيما يتعلق بالسؤال هو فيه العديد من المقاربات، ولكن ربما أحسن مقاربة هو أن يتم إعداد استراتيجية إقليمية ثم يتم إعداد استراتيجية وطنية في إطار هذه الاستراتيجية الإقليمية مع الأخذ بعين الاعتبار كل خصوصيات هذا البلد من حيث التحديات، من حيث حاجياتهم للتنمية الوطنية إلى غير ذلك. أي أنه يمكن أن تكون هناك استراتيجية إقليمية ثم من خلالها استراتيجية وطنية، أو أن يتم إعداد استراتيجية وطنية على حدة، يعني تأخذ بعين الاعتبار كل التحديات، كل المشاكل، كل صعوبات النظام الإحصائي الوطني. عشق.
شكرا. أي كومنتس على الكومنتس اللي قالتها الأستاذة، لأنه من دكاترة الجامعة أو المدرسين في الجامعات وكذا، إذا تحبون. في أي كومنتس؟ تفضل.
طبعا أنا بس أيضا حتى أثري القضية، لأن موضوع البيانات والمعلومات جدا خطير وحساس، وقد يكون سبب حرب وقد يكون سبب أيضا تعزيز السلام. أنا أعطيكم مثال بأن لما نشبت الحرب في دارفور كانت هي عبارة عن حرب طاحنة استمرت لفترة طويلة، عجزت عنها حتى المنظومة الدولية أن توقفها. ولكن بعد ذلك، بعد تحليل هذه أسباب هذه الحرب، وجدنا أن الأسباب ترجع إلى عدم توفر أماكن أو مصادر للمياه بشكل كافي، ومما أدى إلى نشوب حرب. بالتالي إيش اللي تم عمله لمعالجة هذه المشكلة؟ تم عمل مسح كامل لكل المناطق الموجودة في دارفور، وتحديد الأماكن التي نشبت فيها الحرب، وتحديد الأماكن التي تحتاج إلى توفير مصادر المياه. وبالتالي عملت وثيقة وحددت مجموعة من التدخلات، وتم تنفيذ هذه التدخلات بناء على هذه الداتا وهذه المعلومات. وبالتالي أصبحت دارفور الآن خلال 4 سنوات ما تأتي في الإعلام ولا في أي ذكر لدارفور ومشكلة دارفور والحرب فيها. فبالتالي قضية الداتا عدم توفرها سوف قد تنشئ، لأن عملية اتخاذ القرار التنموي أو عملية تحسين وضع قائم أو تطوير عملية مستقبلية بدون بيانات دقيقة وموثوقة وصحيحة وسليمة، لن نستطيع أن نقدم أي تطور أو تقدم في أي دولة من الدول. وهذا ما واجهنا نحن في قطر الخيرية لما رحنا لدارفور واشتغلنا مع أخواننا المختلفين سواء وكالات الأمم المتحدة والمنظمات القطرية، وبدأنا نعمل على مشاريع التنمية في دارفور. وأيضا مثال سريع آخر في القمح في سوريا، كلنا يمكن قرأنا خبر بذرة القمح تم وضعها في صوامع يوم القيامة في النرويج، لأن أصبحت على وشك الانقراض. اليوم شمال سوريا لديه فائض في إنتاج القمح بسبب تدخلات تنموية. فهذه كلها مؤشرات وبيانات يجب أن تؤخذ بعين الاعتبار.
شكرا. أعتقد لأنه المنظمين يقولون لي خلاص، بس إذا عندك ثانية يعني ما أدري شلون
Yeah, just in seconds. In regards of your query about the from where we start, is it from the global agenda or national agenda? So I think there is no one way. There are always 2 ways, you know. I will give you just a quick example. I mean, in our region, GCC region, most of GCC countries met a lot of targets, especially those related with health, education, or poverty to some extent. So I think we need, for our national or GCC priorities, we need to set our own targets. We shall not limit our targets with the global target. For example, the maternal mortality ratio, it's 70 per 100,000 live births, you know. So all GCC countries, before starting this agenda, we are in less than 20s. So I think we need to be more ambitious, but
Thank you
more
very much.
targets.
شكرا
Thank you.
دكتور، ونشوفكم إن شاء الله على خير. انتهت الجلسة، وأعتقد في عندكم نستأنف، ما أدري أنتم تخبرونهم عشان خبر حلو، ما تعطونهم. تفضلي.
نتابع الحلقة النقاشية السادسة بعنوان مسؤولية الإشراف على البيانات وإدارتها واستراتيجيتها. تترأسها الدكتورة جوليت إبراهيم، مدير إدارة الصحة الإلكترونية في وزارة الصحة العامة، فلتتفضل مشكورة. شكرا. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Ooh, it's very cold in here. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this workshop. It's really great to hear everything that is being said over the past couple of days. It's very hard to be the last session of any two-day workshop, so I hope that you guys are still with us. You're still paying attention, because this session is going to be very interesting. I know you didn't get a break, so probably people will be breaking, but please stay with us, and we'll finish on time, hopefully. So over the past 2 days, we've been hearing a lot and talking a lot about data. How important data is, how much it can help us, not only for our entities and countries, but also internationally, for helping us to monitor and achieve SDGs. However, in order to be able to have confidence in the data received, this is really where the importance of data governance plays a role. What is data governance? Basically, it's the process of managing the availability, the usability, the integrity and security of the data. We've heard a lot about accessibility over the past couple of days. And this, it's this, the managing it within the systems, and that it's based in standards and policies. So that really it's ensuring that the data that we have access to can be used in a consistent, secure, and organized way, and it's considered an asset that can be used for all. Why is data governance important? Data, as we've been hearing and discussing over the past 2 days, is one of the most, if not the most, important asset for any entity, country, or region. Data governance brings meaning to that data, adding trust and understanding to the data through stewardship and robust data standards, and a framework for establishing a shared language that we use around the data. Robust and effective data governance helps ensure that data is usable, it's accessible, it's consistent, and trustworthy, which then in turn leads to better quality data, which then leads to better data analytics and better decision making. Of course, different sectors have different types of data. I can give an example for myself in the health sector. Decisions that we make based on data can mean life or death for patients. Patient safety is always our top priority, and data plays a big role there. Strong data governance is critical not only for the provider of care, but also to reassure the patient or the customer for any sector that the data is being used appropriately. When we talk about integration. So I've heard a couple talks about interoperability, integration of large systems, integrations across countries, setting up large data repositories, national and regional information exchange platforms. So your patient or your customer must trust that we are using their data in an appropriate, reliable ways to make sure that the decisions, strategies, regulations that come out from the use of this data are actually doing it in a way to benefit the patient, benefit the customer in any sector. So your patient, your customer must have a say in what happens to their data as well, through consent, understanding that privacy is being maintained. And I think that's also, it's very critical in health, but it's very critical in other sectors as well. There's also critical questions when we talk about data. We're talking about the use of data, but who owns that data versus who is just the custodian of the data and who can use that data. So with that, I would like to start the session and introduce the speakers on the panel. Today we're going to talk about, with our three speakers, we will talk about data governance, stewardship, ethics, and strategies. And we'll be hearing from colleagues both from Malaysia as well as from the UK. Our first speaker is Mr. Wan Muhammad Shahrul Nizam. He is a Senior Director of Population and Demographic Statistics at the Malaysia DOSM. He is responsible for the planning, preparation, and implementation of the population and housing statistics based on census and survey data. He also produces geospatial information using GIS and compiling demographic indicators and vital statistics for Malaysia. He'll be talking today on data governance versus data stewardship and the role in streamlining of the national statistics system in Malaysia's experience. Welcome, Mr. Wan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Juliet. Okay, please be patient with me. Inshallah, I'll try my very best to expedite my slide. Okay, as we listen since yesterday, we talk about data. We live in the world full with data, but for today, what I'm going to do is how Malaysia experience in try to ensure that we can make use and fully utilize the data and to ensure that we take a full capacity, especially together with the government, in ensuring that at the end of the day, the people will benefit it. So first and foremost, I would like to thank PSA, Dr. Ahmad, for giving me the opportunity, and it is an honor for me to be here. So for today, I have been given the opportunity to share in terms of Malaysia's current experience on data governance and data stewardship. This is two very important terms, and we have to try to really understand so that we can streamline so that for us to develop our national statistical systems. So for your information, Malaysia is moving toward developing the data governance and data stewardship. So in this regard, I will present and discuss 10 key topics, and I will highlight the main ideas. First and foremost, who we are. This is very important before we start to understand how we're going to govern in terms of the statistical system and moving toward the stewardship. So the first things, Malaysia implemented a centralized statistical systems under the Statistics Act, and on top of that, for census, we have a different acts, and actually the Census Act is not ours actually. So any ministries, if they have the capability, so they can conduct census, but however, because of the experience-wise, still the department is responsible for the conducting the census. And DOSM aim to play the role as the one-stop center for users in obtaining national statistics in various fields from single source. So this is our organization structure. We are divided into 3 core programs, but I won't talk so much in terms of 3 core programs, but what I will try to explain in terms of the organization is we established there's a one line where we have, namely, we have the Malaysia Bureau of Labour Statistics, Institute of Labour Market Information and Analysis, Change Management Office, in order for us to renew the commitment to diversify and approaches in strengthening the capacity and skills to meet growing demands in various fields. On top of that, we have 14 states offices and 28 operational offices which play the important roles in executing data collection. And on top of that, we also start shifting for the administrative data, and we engaging with the local municipality to actually improve our data enrichment. And we also have, in terms of resource, we have 3,426 members, and 14.6% of them are professionals. So in terms of the need for data governance, so these are the things that really in our minds, we need to conceptualize the ideas before we can develop our plan in strengthening the national statistical system. So in general, these are the things which, the first one is absence of horizontal governance for strategic direction on data issues, challenge of acquiring, governing, and managing a large volume of disparate data, lack of adequate digital infrastructure and complex rule framework, and also lack of data literacy and cultural reticence to break silos. I won't go to the extent of introducing in terms of data governance and data stewardship, but what I would like to highlight is how we conceptualize the ideas in developing or in coming out with the ideas of to improve our national statistical system. So the question is, the first, what will be the role of NSOs and official statistics in the society? That is one. Second, how will NSO respond to the new data ecosystems? Third, how to build trust in producing statistics? Fourth, how can we coordinate work and information between data and information provider? This is the vital part. And finally, how can we become more user-centric with real-time need and ensure that the society maintain great trust in us? So these are the elements that we conceptualize the ideas in pursuing or persuading the government to come out with strengthening the national statistical systems. I won't go for definition, but what I would like to highlight for NSOs, that the important is for us to establish the real frameworks. At this moment, yes, through UNSCAP Committee on Statistics 8th Session Bangkok, they already established what a data governance and data stewardship. But what we need is we need to comprehend, we need to adapt and adopt according to our national needs. Because the important parts, as mentioned by Dr. Juliet, the governance part, I think that is how we manage it. But the important now, because the people, the public need to know how best it can fit them. So the important is the data stewardship. So these are the things that the government of Malaysia really looking forward in having to improve the national statistical systems. So roles to be considered by NSO in perspective of new data ecosystem. The first thing, this is what Department of Statistics Malaysia did. The first is to encourage government bodies to review their data quality. Second, initiate discussion within national government on their involvement in national data strategies. Third, discuss within national government to establish a legal system enabling use of the data, develop analytical capabilities in data literacy, data science, and data engineering, work closely with the international community in sharing experience in data governance. So this role really mean very pertinent to the department, and this is the way how the department try to sell and buy in the government so that they feel that it is important to improvise and to strengthening the national statistical systems. Okay, so what actually we did and how actually we take the step, the first thing in coming out with the strengthening Malaysia's statistical systems. So in terms of strengthening the Malaysia statistical system, alhamdulillah that the government already mandate that we have taken 7 initiatives to strengthen our national statistical system. The first thing is to establish the CMO, which is a Change Management Office team, to set clear action plan, execute and monitoring the implementation of strengthening of the national statistical system. And then formation of a council which act as the highest advisory body in giving direction to the national statistical system and the coordination of information at national level. As an agent of the coordination mechanism, access and cooperation of data sharing between agencies, we establish a chief data officer, empower and support the strengthening of the national statistical system through amendment of Statistics Acts, establish a national big data analytics center for development of national big data analytic product across sector. The Department of Statistics become a central agency to coordinate and controlling the production of statistics from ministries, department and government agency. And in terms of the capacity building, the strengthening of human resource, career advancement of subject matter expert, and building capacity for developing statistical literacy. So these are the first where we initiate the meeting of National Statistics and Data Council. Alhamdulillah, we have our Prime Minister to chair the meeting, and in terms of the highest governing body, it will be led by the Prime Ministers, and it will become the highest advisory body with regards to national data and analysis. And on top of that, we have an executive committee of the National Statistical Data Council, consists of 4 clusters, which is one is under economy, agriculture and industry cluster, the other one infrastructure, technology and environment, well-being, security and health cluster, and also education and social and population culture cluster. So Malaysia government also has formed this executive committee of the National Statistics and Data Council, which act as a platform to formulate action to empower, strengthen the national statistical system. On top of that, because of we are looking forward to go at the granular data, so we need to engage with the district level. So what we conduct is in terms of playing the governance agenda, we established that at the state level, State Statistics and Data Council, we established, and the highest council was being chaired by the chief ministers, and also the membership is from the senior advisory bodies. And on top of that, we also have from the public and private sectors. And on top of that, we also have district statistics and data councils. Okay. Besides having the council, we need also to have a very good plans in terms of data governance. So that's why we implement the 6 core areas for data governance frameworks, and we try to inculcate in terms of the element and agenda between the people and culture, policy, standard and guideline, technology, partnership, data protection and privacy, ethics, security, and as well as data quality. So for people and culture, this is the stewardship agenda actually. So what we need to do, the first thing, we need for each agency to establish a very good sound statistical knowledge. So that's why we establish what we call a chief data officer, who serve as in ministries, state level as well as district level. And beside that, we also put an initiative to enhance the capacity building of statisticians, where for the newcomers, we make sure that they go through the Statistical Competency Development Program. We have a SAS certified data scientist. We set up a team, what we call as a Big Data Analytical Core Team, and also we establish a subject matter experts. For policy, standard and guideline, these are the 2 things. As I mentioned earlier, we do reinforcement, reviewing and re-evaluate our Statistics Act. And on top of that, we also have our Department of Statistics Malaysia Strategic Plan in order to guideline and to adhere what we need to do for the future needs. Okay. And beside that, we also instill the GSBPM as well as the GAMSO. All right. And we have our statistics business architecture and microdata dissemination policy. This is very important at this moment, that all the government agencies, they really not looking for the aggregate level, but what they need is at the very microdata level, and we need to establish the dissemination policy. And on top of that, as a stewardship agenda, we have the MOUs with the public, private, universities, and luckily, alhamdulillah, that we already collaborate with 122 agencies. Okay, these are from the technology point of view. From technology point of view, for census, we establish what we call as integrated population census system, where at the end of the day, we develop more modernized in data collection, having the population profile, address registers, and on top of that, we also establishing a right way to do the analytical ways. On top of that, we also establish our Stats Big Data Analytic and also Stat Data Warehouse, where in terms of data warehouse framework, we have Smart Data Partnership, Smart Data Lake Management, Smart Data Communication, and also Management Module. So we also embark into Stats Job Portal and Open DOSM for data sharing. And we also, in terms of safeguarding the privacy, we have Data Protection and Privacy Ethics and Security. So this is for quality. Yeah, we, together with other NSO, we go for the generic national quality assurance frameworks and also establishing a sound methodology. And last but not least, to ensure that everything works in order, we need to also inculcate in terms of the challenges. So this is what we outlined, seven challenges, which is first, in terms of tools and technology, in terms of the different levels of technology that we need to apply and to ensure that DOSM capable of having it, lack of mutual agreement in terms of limitation from several agencies that are subject to their acts. So we need to work together, we need to understanding them. So that's why in order for that, we have our Chief Data Officer. We also need to review our legal and regulatory framework, inconsistency, methodology and specification, insufficient data literacy, capacity building, advocate for promote and reach. And last but not least, in terms to conclude, this is what we're going to do as a new data source become available and the society aspect are changing regarding what new information, data and statistics can provide. DOSM is moving toward that, and we will inculcate the 6 core areas, and we have the effective communication promoting skill. And at the end of the day, we also like to pursue international level to really look into the governance and data steward framework guideline. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wan, for that. Sorry to rush you, but I'm going to do that with all the speakers. It's okay. The one thing that did stand out for me was the Chief Data Officer. I think that's a really good tip and a really good suggestion. I think all entities and agencies should have that. It would help a lot. Okay, I'd like to introduce our second speaker. Our second speaker is Mr. Robert Bumstead. He is the National Statistician's Chief of Staff and has responsibility for the UK Statistics Authority Central Policy Secretariat, developing and implementing statistical legislation and policy across the UK's statistical system and government statistical service. He is the principal advisor to the National Statistician and to the chair of the board of the UK Statistics Authority. He will be talking to us about governance and strategy, and as particularly related to the UK Statistics Authority. Welcome, Mr. Robert, to the stage. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you. I think these are not my slides. I think these are my colleague's slides. She's nodding, so they are hers.
We need to go to the next. So if you could put the third, is that, yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. So, hello, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting us to participate in this interesting and I think very important workshop. It's been a tremendous pleasure to spend the last few days with you in the fabulous city of Doha, and I wanted to give a special thanks to our colleagues at the Planning and Statistics Authority who have looked after us fabulously, who we've been working with remotely for some time, and now we can continue our collaboration in person. So I wanted to tell you this afternoon a little bit about the UK's statistical system and why data culture matters from our perspective. Now, all perspectives are different, and to some extent all perspectives are local. And not everything works everywhere, but I hope you will find enough commonality in this presentation for it to be of interest. So I want to touch on topics which include legislation, governance and strategy, and you will hear echoes of what I say from earlier contributors over the last 2 days, where I think we have a lot of commonality. But I also want to talk about capability and history, which I think can also be important ingredients in creating a successful data culture. So to start with history, and the UK statistical system has a degree of history behind it, which I want to enlist the help of these 4 gentlemen to help me tell the story. It's 1,000 years of history, but I won't take that long, I promise. I'll start with William the Conqueror, who you might recognize at the bottom right. In 1086, he wanted to know the state of resources of his new kingdom, so he commissioned something called the Domesday Book, also known as the Great Survey of England, the very first of its kind. And documents relating to this were until recently kept in our statistical offices in London. Hundreds of years later, a greater survey was conducted. Threatened by invasion from Napoleon Bonaparte on the bottom left of the screen here, the English crown needed to know about the resources it had, how many soldiers it could conscript, and how it would feed them. So this led to the very first census in 1801, and by 1841, this had developed into the early version of a modern census we would recognize today. That census has been conducted every 10 years since 1841, each time with the year ending in a 1, most recently in 2021, with the results published a few months ago. However, there was one exception to this 10-yearly cycle. In 1941, World War II interrupted our census taking. So at the time, our Prime Minister in 1941, on the top right of your screen, Sir Winston Churchill, took the opportunity to introduce a central statistical office, which is the direct forerunner of our office today. And Churchill said at the time, "The utmost confusion is caused when people argue on different statistical data. I wish all statistics to be concentrated in one branch, and I wish them to be right." So you can judge for yourselves the extent to which we have succeeded in fulfilling his ambition. But all of these characters and stories are helpful to us in our context in the UK when we tell the story of a data culture, and indeed the nation's culture, and what part statistics and data should have in it. So, to bring us up to the present day and my final character, the Prime Minister of the UK in 2007, Gordon Brown, legislated to ensure the independence of statistics. So we actually received our statistical legislation, I think, relatively late compared to many other countries, which just goes to show there's always time to learn new things. So let's get on to the present day. Our 2007 legislation created an independent statistics producer, the Office for National Statistics, an independent regulator of statistics, the Office for Statistics Regulation, both sitting together under all the 4 UK nations to make the UK Statistics Authority, reporting to Parliament, not to ministers. This legislation gave us a statutory objective, laying down the concept of public good, operating for the benefit of all citizens so as to promote and safeguard the production and publication of official statistics that serve the public good. The Office was given oversight of all statistics produced by public bodies and the duty to produce a code of practice for statistics and assess how each statistical output matched up to that code. This provides us then with a couple of some of the vital ingredients that go to make a good data culture, an independent and impartial legal basis to frame that culture. Now, every 5 years we update our strategy, and our current mission is defined as providing high-quality data and analysis to inform the UK, improve lives, and build for the future. But the strategy remains rooted, nonetheless, in our legislation. As you can see here, the current 5-year strategy is entitled Statistics for the Public Good, and is underlined by 4 key principles. First of all, ambitious. To be ambitious in the breadth of how we meet public need and the pace at which we do it. Secondly, to be radical in the data sources and the types of methods that we use. Thirdly, to be inclusive in capturing the experiences of all our population. And fourthly, to be sustainable in laying solid foundations and changes that will endure. And as other colleagues from this platform have noted over the last 2 days, the pandemic has provided both a challenge and an opportunity to put strategy into practice. For us in the UK, this meant 2 or 3 quite defining things. First was the delivery of a very large-scale survey of hundreds of thousands of households to test on a weekly basis the prevalence of COVID amongst the population. As time progressed, we were able to link this information to vaccine data, to labour market information, and census information, so that we could start to give almost real-time measures of the efficacy of the vaccine in practice, of the potential impact of the virus on the labour market, and importantly, of the differential ways the virus was affecting different parts of the population according to their characteristics. So we went from being an office that was more used to producing perhaps on a monthly or a yearly cycle, that became used to producing on a weekly or even more frequent cycle, which was a profound change. And a change which I think we have tried to capitalise on and to continue doing going forward. So in keeping with these strategic principles, a few examples in the last few weeks of work we've done include a smart survey of Ukrainian refugees in the UK delivered via their own language. The use of card transaction data to supplement our national accounts, and the use of commercial vacancy data to supplement our unemployment figures. So in this way, we're trying to build a data culture which lives up to these principles. I want to finish just by talking a little bit about independence in this context. So I've mentioned the Office for National Statistics, which is the UK's largest producer of statistics. And 2 principal figures in that regime are shown on your screen here. On the right, Professor Sir Ian Diamond. He's the National Statistician, Chief Executive of our office, and the government's Chief Statistical Advisor. On the left of your screen, Sir Robert Choate. He's the independent non-executive chair of our supervisory board. Together, these 2 provide a bulwark of independence in that they are appointed independently via Parliament. Their appointments are discussed, debated and voted upon, and we hope cross-party consensus emerges to support them. And they are regularly held accountable to those parliaments and, of course, to the wider media and society as well, thus also giving us an important mechanism of transparency. When I say independence, what does that mean in our context? Independence means independently reporting without fear or favour, establishing trust and confidence so that the numbers can be trusted by all sides of the political debate. It also means speaking out publicly about concerns, such as the misuse of data or data quality. In this way, we seek to be Parliament's enforcer of impartial statistics. And here's a recent example. One of the health bodies within our statistical system produced some data around vaccination statistics, which wasn't very well explained and was of uncertain quality and could be potentially misused. So in this instance, our regulatory arm made a public intervention to ask for these numbers to be withdrawn and to be improved, and indeed they were. We don't do this every week, but it is an important tool in our armory to speak out publicly when something is not going so well. Finally, a word on capability. Winston Churchill wished there to be one single statistics office. It hasn't quite worked out like that in practice. As you can see, there are 40 or 50 bodies across UK government involved in producing statistics in some way. But it's my role and my boss's role, the national statistician, to coordinate that system as best we can and join it together to leverage maximum effect. And it seems obvious that in a strong data culture, all those working in statistics are coordinated to work together as best we can. But I think really importantly, it must go beyond the statistical profession. It can't be limited to the statistical profession, but must go wider. And in the UK, we're building something called the analysis function. And this involves professional statisticians, but also economists, social researchers, actuaries, and now data scientists too, bringing them together into a single broad family. And this reflects the reality of wanting to mobilize multidisciplinary teams that can respond quickly to relevant policy issues. And this function is also led by the National Statistician. And I think the role of the National Statistical Institute within that wider data ecosystem is incredibly important to preserving and sustaining a good, healthy data culture. We haven't forgotten about professional statisticians. They're still very important. We do much training, and there's a very good career structure and mobility which allows people to move around and get different experiences. But if you like, I've been trying to bake a cake of what makes a good data culture. I've shown you some of the ingredients and hopefully given you some flavors as well. And on that, I will conclude. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Robert, for that interesting topic. And I think really the importance around independence of data is crucial, and I think it goes a long way when we talk about trust and trusting the data, that it's independent and non-biased. So thank you for raising that. Our third and last speaker of the session is Ms. Nikki Shearman. She is currently Assistant Deputy Director in the Central Policy Secretariat of the UK Statistics Authority, with responsibility for international relations. Previously, she was head of the ONS legal team, and for 15 years has played a leading role in the development of the UK statistical legal framework. She's also the chair of the UNECE Task Force on Modernizing Statistical Legislation. She will be speaking to us today on data usage, stewardship, and ethics. Welcome, Ms. Nikki.
Thank you, everyone, and I know we're running a little late, so I will just say thanks to the Planning and Statistics Authority for inviting us, and I'm very quickly going to take us through some of the parts of our legislation, parts of the UK system, and give you some examples of how we've acquired data and how we use data, and most importantly, how we keep data secure. So starting off with the Statistics and Registration Service Act, which was, as Rob said, the framework regulation that set the UKSA up and it set us up and made us independent. And it gave us a couple of key responsibilities, functions. The first was about producing statistics, and the second was supporting research. In neither case, though, it was too prescriptive on what data we should use, how we should use that data, and where it should come from. Fortunately, though, in 2017, we got much wider powers, and these gave us the ability to acquire data from any government body, any business, any public authority in the UK. And it also, crucially, made it lawful for them to share data with us. It removed the question over legality, effectively. What it also did was place us at the heart of research in the UK. And effectively, it gave a power by which we would support statistical research, and we would get data in, and we would accredit people. So it created two things. Place us as an accreditor, and the people who ran the system decided which projects to go for, what data could be used, and secondly, it gave us a kind of a duty to make our data available. So our strategy for doing this, though, is very much built around making data accessible. What we don't do, and what we get a lot of pressure to do, is give data out to people, but we never do that. We are there to open a window to the research community, to the data that's available, and just as quickly, if we decide for whatever reason the data's not being used safely, maybe the purpose is not in the public interest anymore, then we can close that window just as quickly as we opened it. And it's all about keeping the data secure. Talking about how we get the data in. So when we got our powers and our ability to acquire all this data, there was a great temptation across the office for people to rush out to businesses, to government departments, to public authorities to get hold of data. What we realized, though, that would be a very confused approach. So we created a single data acquisition team. They were a unit specialized in developing MOUs, developing the relationships, and they as much as they were statisticians and they had statistical knowledge, they also had the necessary soft skills to negotiate with people to get the data. Because whilst we can have a legal power to get data in, the problem, of course, is that's only half a battle. We still need to win the cultural war. We still need to persuade people why data should come to us. So this team was specialists. They were the one-stop shop. People inside ONS would go to this team, ask them to go and get them the data set, and they would go and do that. And they became professionals in doing that very job. They would bring the data into ONS. They would link it to other data sources as well within ONS. And the principle they worked to was very much about acquire the data once, use it many times, and make it available across the whole of the organization. So to talk about a couple of examples where we have used admin data acquired. So firstly, the one I would like to show you here is where we acquired data from Facebook and several telecom companies. And we were able, during the pandemic, to use that to map people's movements throughout the day. So you can see there on the graph very much when the first lockdown came in the UK, people didn't move much. They stayed at home, they didn't go out, and very much you can see the pattern of the lockdown. And you can see as we came out, it slowly started to creep up to a point, not quite still, you know, by summer, we still hadn't reached the original where we were before lockdown. And then you can see the second lockdown we had at Christmas, where very sharply, again, people stayed at home and didn't move around again. So this data was very useful to us. It was experimental. We were able to link it and work out these patterns, but it only gave us so much of a story. That was one of the key things we learned from this. We learned we won't find more about the detailed behaviors. For example, when people go out, were they wearing face masks? Were they doing that? So there was still a need for traditional surveys to be able to go out and find that richness of data. A second example I was going to use will show you where we've acquired data and used our power to get it is, and Rob alluded to this earlier, using vacancy data from online vacancies as a way of effectively measuring vacancies in our job market. And this has allowed us to look at the impact on UK businesses and employment and obviously see the dramatic impact. So we've used job vacancy information and we've created rapid high-frequency indicators of the job vacancies in the UK. It's one of several admin data sets which we're exploring to provide faster indicators of economic activity in the UK. We're also looking at VAT data, road traffic data, and ship tracking data. I mean, this particular one, it comes from a company called Edzuna. They have millions of job vacancies and job adverts, and they allow us to break down by region, by sector, healthcare, for example, and we're able to look at very interesting analysis across the UK by region, by sector. It's also very timely compared to surveys. So effectively, we're able to publish data from this source within 6 days of receiving it. So that is almost in real time, saying exactly what the picture of the UK looks like at the moment. So it's an incredibly powerful tool. But it does come with compromises as well. We have to realise that job vacancies, this information is really only a proxy for it. Adverts compared to actual vacancies aren't always the same thing. But it gives us a trend, it gives us an indicator, and it allows policymakers to have the information to hand that they might need. So I just want to talk back to research, and in particular, how we determine, how we give access to people, and what we decide is safe access, effectively. And we call it the 5 Safes framework. And it starts with determining, is the project safe? Is it in the public interest? Is it a project that's actually going to benefit the public? As Rob said, our strategy in the UKSA is statistics for the public good. Everything has to be focused about that. So we look at making sure the project is safe and the outcomes are going to be safe. The second part of it is safe people. Just making sure that what we've got are people who are competent to use the data. They are trained, they know how to handle data, they know how to use data, they know how to produce outcomes that are safe and useful to the public. Third setting is the setting, i.e. where is the data going to be accessed? So they can either come onto one of our sites and use one of our safe rooms, or they can get that access in their university on their own terminal. But we have to be assured that the university itself will have the necessary standards to make sure that is a safe setting. Next, we make the data safe ourselves. So all data before we give access to it is anonymized and de-identified. And that's principally to stop well-known people being identified from the data, but equally the very small chance that you could actually recognize a friend, a family member, a colleague from the data set that you're working on at that time. So we de-identify the data, and then finally, before any data is released, any outputs are released, we check them, and that's done by 2 different people, and that's checked to make sure the outputs are safe, totally de-identified again, and effectively nobody can be re-identified from that data. So that's briefly, a very quick run through of the researcher journey you can see there. So where the data comes in, we're working out whether the project's safe, then we work out, is the person competent? Finally, we work out, is it going to be in a safe setting? Then we work out, we make the data safe, and then finally we check the outputs. And that's the research journey there with the 5 safes. The last bits I want to talk about this morning is about quality. So as we use more and more administrative data, we are dependent on that data having a certain quality and having an understanding of that quality. Admin data often can be an accurate record in certain elements, but in other areas it can be completely, the person putting the data into the system, collecting the data, may not understand, may not really care. It might just be certain fields are done very quickly. So for example, you can see there a typical example of ambulance waiting times, and pretty much everyone said 8 minutes, 8 minutes, 8 minutes. That data is not accurate, it's just the default thing the operator would put in. So to approve that, we need to improve the quality of admin data. That means having conversations with suppliers. So we were very lucky. Our government launched a national data strategy in 2020, and we were able to be at the heart of that, drafting that strategy and working that strategy up. And in particular, on quality, we were able to create a data quality framework, and we were able to make the argument very strongly that actually better administrative data is beneficial to the person collecting it, the public service that's collecting it. It's better because they're able to be more efficient in the delivery of their services, save money. When it's data around certain sensitive subjects, it can make staff safer. You're not sending people into hazardous areas without the correct knowledge, not sending people to the wrong addresses, those sorts of things. So we were able to make very strongly the argument why poor quality data isn't just bad for statistics, it's just bad for delivery of public services. We make that argument, then when we get the data consequently as a secondary use, we've got much better data. So being at the heart of your national data conversation, your national data strategy, I would say is absolutely vital for a statistics office. And then finally, and this is I promise my final subject, I'm talking about ethics here. So we got all this data, we got all this great power to collect data. And as my favorite superhero says, with great power comes great responsibility. And what we have to do here is basically make sure that we're using the data in an ethical, sound, considered way. So what we did was we set up an advisory committee for our chief statistician, national statistician, to advise on data ethics. And the key thing they were doing is they look at projects, they look at proposals for new and innovative uses of data, and they will measure it and come up with a recommendation. The panel is mostly independent. There are members on there from academia, there are members from privacy groups, there are members from ethical sort of background, and these guys are there to advise the NatStat. The first step when a new project comes to them is the person making the proposal will have to do a self-assessment of the, they'll have to do a self-assessment, and that looks at our data principles for ethics, which include, is the project legal? Is it in the public good? Has the right necessary amount of consultation gone out? So you can see the questions we ask during the self-assessment there. And it is those 6 things: public good, confidentiality being maintained, is it sound methodology the project's using? Does it comply with the law? Have they done enough public engagement to work out whether it is or not a sound project? And is everything being done transparent and above board? And the last one is almost the most important, because use of data must be transparent. We must be able to be seen by what we do and what we use. So, thank you. I think that was my... Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nikki. And I really like the idea of the 5 safes. I think that will, it helps, patients, customers, people were often even hesitant to share data, let alone agencies are always hesitant to share data. But if you have that framework in place, I think it goes a long way to encourage trust around the sharing of data. So with that, I think we're finished with the 6th session. Do we have time for a few questions? Maybe, I think. Nobody's hitting me over the head. So maybe we have time for 1 or 2 questions, and then I think there's a wrap-up. Any questions on data governance or stewardship, ethics? No? Yes? Go ahead.
Yes, I want to thank the speakers, and I think the Malaysian experience is very insightful to our member countries. And I want to thank Malaysia for the bilateral cooperation and coordination on specific areas. So what you presented is really is ahead, and it's very promising on how the new way of dealing with data stewardship is going on. So I think the example can be followed by Qatar, by other member countries. And just to keep the bilateral support on specific issues, it's a very good example. And for the UK, we also, on top of what was presented and what was very important, we have also the project on statistical leadership, and with the UK and the member countries. So it also adds to what you presented, in that senior management in statistics need to be confident. Statisticians working in their areas of work need to be confident that what they're doing is good statistics. They can defend it, they can present it, and this is how you can convince policymakers that what you are doing, you're following the right statistical methods, and this is what you can convince that this is the right numbers that you are bringing. So thank you very much for a very interesting session.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? No? Okay. So we're done with our session. Thank you very much. Thank you to the speakers one more time. Thank you.
والآن مع جلسة اعتماد التوصيات مع الدكتور أحمد حسين، الخبير الإحصائي في جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء، فلتتفضل.
السلام عليكم. ممكن نقول أنه على مدار يومين من العمل المتواصل، وعلى مدار 5 جلسات متضمنة حوالي 21 عرض من قبل الخبراء ورؤساء الجلسات، وبالتعاون فعلا مع مجموعة من الخبراء المرموقين، فعلا زملائي اللي موجودين بالقاعة، اللي قدروا جمعوا مجموعة من التوصيات من خلال العروض ومن خلال المناقشات اللي دارت. قدروا بهذا الوقت السريع انه يعدوا مجموعة من التوصيات اللي قد تكون يعني مبدئيا تعبر عن وجهات نظر مقدمي العروض والزملاء الآخرين اللي عملوا مداخلات وسألوا بعض الأسئلة المتعلقة بالعروض. بتمنى إنه هاي التوصيات راح بتكون يعني فعلا تعبر عنا نحن اللي كنا بهاي القاعة واشتغلنا على مدار اليومين. لكن هاي التوصيات طبعا منا نهائية ولا بصياغتها الحالية نهائية. الآن راح نشتغل بطريقة عم تشتغل أو اشتغلنا فيها في إطار الأمم المتحدة. راح أقرأ عليكم مجموعة التوصيات هاي. قد يكون في منا ممكن نشتغل على إعادة صياغتها أو شطب بعضها بحيث أنه قد تكون موجودة بتوصية أخرى، وبالتالي نناقشها معكم. رح نعطي وقت لمناقشتها، كل واحد ممكن يسجل ملاحظة، ورح ننام عليها يعني سايلنس لمدة 10 أيام، ونطلب منكم خلال 10 أيام عمل كمان تبعتوا إذا عندكم تعليقات توصيات أخرى. وبعدها أنا رح أجمع أنا والزملاء اللي بنشتغل على هذا الموضوع، الخبراء اللي قاعدين أمامكم، نشتغل عليهم بحيث إنه نحاول نحطها بطريقة يعني معقولة، وبعدين كمان نرجع نبعثها لكل المشاركين بعد السايلنس ل10 أيام، وبالتالي نحطها كمان في التقرير الختامي لورشة العمل. وبنرجع نبعث لكم التوصيات مع التقرير الختامي اللي بيعرض كل الوقائع، وبنحطها على الويب سايت، وبنبدأ نشتغل معكم ومع الزملاء اللي كمان كانوا معنا على زوم، حتى نقول إنه هاي التوصيات وهاي الجهود اللي خرجنا فيها، والآن مش بدنا ناخذ هاي التوصيات ونحطها في ورق أو نحطها بفايل على موقعنا على الإنترنت، لا بدنا نقول زملائنا في الوزارات والإدارات وأي واحد بحب ياخذ هاي الأفكار يعني الجميلة واللي هي فعلا تعبر عن المرحلة اللي احنا عم بنمر فيها، خلينا نقول كعلماء في البيانات، نحولها إلى مشاريع عمل. كل واحد مثلا السيشن اللي كان عن الذكاء الاصطناعي، انتوا لاحظوا قديش الذكاء الاصطناعي بيفيدنا احنا كإحصائيين. يعني مثلا أعطيكم مثال، احنا عندنا تصنيف المهن وتصنيف النشاط الاقتصادي، نحن بتجينا عن طريق السجلات الإدارية تجينا مهن آلاف الناس اللي بيشتغلوا بالنشاط الاقتصادي بدولة قطر. فلاحظوا لو عملنا برنامج الذكاء الاصطناعي انه ياخذ هاي المهنة يقراها ويحولها الى كود معين، وبالتالي يعطينا النتائج. طبعا هذا بده تدريب، يعني البرنامج اللي عم نشتغل عليه بالنهاية بنكون احنا مش مثل ايام زمان نفتح الكتاب او عندنا ديكشنري بكل واحد مهندس مدني قديش الكود له ومش عارف ايش وسورتنج وندخل رقم. لا، بصير الابلكيشن اللي اسمه الذكاء الاصطناعي هو يعطينا هاي النتيجة مباشرة بلحظات، بدون ما نصرف جهود 10 و20 واحد كودينج او غيره. والنشاط الاقتصادي نفس الشيء، والتصنيف الدولي للمهن ICD 10 او ICD 11 وغيرها، كلها هاي قادرين احنا نعمل لها ابلكيشنز. فمن هون يعني حضراتكم في الوزارات والإدارات قادرين تقترحوا مشاريع للتعاون، سواء معنا في جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء أو ضمن وزارة معينة تنقول بفكروا بأفكار كتير جديدة. نحن الإحصائيين الرسميين عندنا أفكار جديدة، وفعلا في أفكار داخل الأمم المتحدة، داخل الإسكوا، داخل UNECE، بكل المنظمات اللي بنجتمع معها الآن شغالة على هذا الموضوع. الآن ما بدي أطول عليكم الحديث، بدي أقرأ عليكم شو زملائنا يعني أنتجوا من توصيات. خلينا أقول إنه هن بهالوقت السريع صنفوا التوصيات بثلاث فئات. الفئة الأولى هي الاستثمار في إنتاج بيانات مصنفة عالية الجودة. كلمة مصنفة هاي حسب العمر، حسب الجنس، حسب الشباب، حسب الأطفال، حسب كبار السن، حسب اللي بدك إياه، إلى تصانيف متعددة، وحسب الجغرافيا والمكان أيضا. يعني لأنه وين كونزالو اللي كان عم بيحكي إنه هو مش بده تارجت الأوفر أول SDGs، كمان بده ينزل على صعيد الريجنز، وكمان بده يروح للفرد حتى يفرجي الحكومات وين في ناس ويمكن فقراء أو في ناس مثلا محتاجين تعليم أو غيرها، بحيث إنه فعلا تكون التنمية شاملة leaving no one behind. فهاي القضية. الثاني حوكمة البيانات والإشراف عليها، data governance, data stewardship، هذا الموضوع الثاني، الشراكة والتعاون بين الجهات المنتجة للبيانات. خلينا نيجي للموضوع الأول اللي هو حوكمة البيانات والإشراف عليها. الآن في موضوع تطوير تطبيق حكومي يتم فيه إلكترونيا تنزيل أو تحميل البيانات والمعلومات دون الحاجة لطلبها عبر المكاتبات، مما قد يفوت فرص الاستفادة عليه. هذا بيخليني أذكر شيء، إنه إحنا في جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء عندنا مشروع بناء داتا وير هاوس بناء على طلب رسمي من المتخذي القرار. يعني كل الداتا اللي عندنا بالتايم سيريز تبعها بدنا نجمعها كإنبوت، وبعدين بدنا نخرجها بأشكال متعددة، بجداول إحصائية، بجرافيكس، بداشبوردز، باللي بدك إياه. هذا النظام يعني احنا متمنين انه نقدر نعمله، وان شاء الله بنقدر نعمله. يعني الان العمل على تقديم ونشر بحوث محكمة في كل المجالات الحيوية لدعم متخذي القرار، هذا توصية ثانية. توفير بيانات في الوقت الفعلي ومصادر بيانات تكميلية. يعني القصد هون انه مش بس مصادر البيانات اللي بنعرفها، مصادر بيانات غير تقليدية، يعني مثل البيج داتا وغيرها يعني كمان. أوكي 4 استكشاف هياكل البيانات الحديثة ونظم البيانات وتنفيذها على أساس حالات استخدام محددة مع ضمان أن يكون نظام بيانات المؤسسات صالحا للغرض المعد لأجله والفائدة المرجوة منه. الدعوة لاستخدام هيكل موحد للبيانات في العمليات والأنشطة الحكومية واستخدام تكنولوجيا البيانات الضخمة من أجل. أنتم عارفين إنه الداتا اللي إحنا بنشتغل عليها structured، مبنية على أساس concept، مبنية على أساس standard، مفاهيم، مبنية على أساس تصانيف معينة، و مش يعني أي كلام يعني. لكن الآن العمل في موضوع البيج داتا بحيث إنه بعدها مش structured يعني، لكن إذا أجرينا عليها عمليات إحصائية ممكن ندخلها في الإحصاءات الرسمية. تعزيز حوكمة البيانات باعتبارها مفتاح لمساعدة الهيئات الحكومية على إدارة تدفق البيانات الداخلية والخارجية لكونها تعمل على الموائمة بين الأشخاص والعمليات والتكنولوجيا. توحيد المفاهيم والتعاريف والتصانيف المستخدمة في الإحصاءات ووضع معايير، هذه اوريدي يعني موجودة عندنا إحنا، وتوصيات اللجنة الإحصائية. تحديث التشريعات بحيث تعكس إحصاءات التطورات الجديدة. فعلا يعني إحنا محتاجين لإعادة النظر إحنا بنسميه القانون الإحصاء أو الستاتستيكال أكت تبعنا أصبح قديم لأنه من سنة 2011. فلاحظوا قديش عندنا تطورات. طبعا هذا مش بإيدنا يا جماعة إحنا نغيره بجهاز التخطيط والإحصاء، هذا بده ياخذ موافقات حكومية وتشريعات وأمور يعني. إحنا بصراحة بجهاز التخطيط والإحصاء أعدينا يعني بروبوزل، وما يعني البروبوزل شاركناه مع نيكي عشان تعطينا يعني نصائح بحيث انه يكون فعلا بيتناسب مع المرحله اللي احنا عم بنمر فيها. اعتماد استراتيجيات وطنيه للبيانات على غرار ما قامت فيه نيوزيلندا، ما قامت فيه كندا، ما قامت فيه يوكي، ما موجود ايضا من تطلعات عند الاحصاء الامريكي، لانه ما عندهم وحده متكامله حاليا. القسم الثاني من توصيات الشراكه والتعاون بين الجهات المنتجه والمستفيده. تعزيز الشراكات والاتصال بين الاجهزه الاحصائيه الوطنيه المنتجه للبيانات والمستخدمين من الهيئات الحكوميه والقطاع الخاص ومنظمات المجتمع المدني في البحث العلمي في اطار منظم ومؤسسي لضمان ملائمه الاحصاءات والاستفاده بشكل افضل من البيانات المتاحه. تاسيس شبكه من الخبراء في الاحصاءات الاقتصاديه بين الاحصائيين والاقتصاديين والاكاديميين العاملين في دوله قطر، يعني نعمل نتوركينج مع اللي بيشتغلوا بقطر، مش بس من جهاز التخطيط والاحصاء بل بالوزاره الماليه، مصرف قطر المركزي، وزاره كل الناس المعنيين بالاحصاءات الاقتصاديه مفروض يقعدوا مع بعض ويتناقشوا ويشوفوا شو احتياجات المجتمع من القطاع الخاص للاستثمار، او شو احتياجات الحكومه من الاحصاءات الاقتصاديه وغيرها. التعاون مع شركاء محليين وخارجيين لتحسين القدره الاحصائيه، بناء القدرات وتعزيز توافر البيانات، هذا شيء كثير مهم، بناء القدرات الاحصائيه بحيث انها تكون سستينبل يعني. الارتقاء بعمليات تجريب واختبار الاحصاءات الاقتصاديه الجديده عبر انشاء فرق حاضنه مكونه من اعضاء من مختلف الجهات المعنيه بالنظام الاحصائي الوطني. التعاون مع الجهات الاكاديميه لتحديث المناهج وضمان تخريج طلاب قادرين على التعامل مع التقنيات، هذا شيء ذكر من زمان انه احنا في التخطيط والاحصاء لازم يكون لنا علاقه مع الجامعات، كونوا هن يعني عندهم قدره منهجيه وبيفكروا اكثر وممكن عندهم وقت اكثر حتى يحسنوا بالميثودولوجي اللي احنا عم نشتغل فيها. تعويل الدول المشاركه في فريق العمل واللجان المعنيه بتحديد الاحصاءات الاقتصاديه وتفعيل اليات مراجعه الادله الارشاديه. توصيه من منظمه العمل الدوليه بان تقوم دوله قطر بمشاركه البيانات المايكرو داتا اللي هي انومايزد، ما حدا بيقدر يعرف هذا البيان لمين، ونشاركها مع منظمة العمل الدولية لأنه هن عندهم هب بيجمعوا فيها لهاي الدول، واللي بده بيعمل تحليل اعتمادا على هاي المايكرو داتا بحيث أنه يطلع بيانات وتحليل أفضل يعني. وضع إطار عمل من شأنه توفير بيانات تثمن إسهامات المجتمع المدني في عملية التنمية المستدامة. آخر شيء اللي هو الاستثمار في إنتاج بيانات مصنفة عالية الجودة. الاستثمار في الإمكانيات غير المكتشفة للبيانات الإدارية ونظم إدارة المعلومات للتوجه نحو رصد المؤشرات الاجتماعية رئيس في الوقت الفعلي. الاستثمار المكثف للتكنولوجيا وتوثيق البيانات ونشرها. ضرورة بناء القدرات الإحصائية والإبداعية والتحليلية من خلال تعزيز الابتكار الآلي ماشين ليرنينج يعني والتكنولوجيا من أجل بناء وتوافر قواعد بيانات ذكية وحديثة ومتطورة لمتابعة التقدم المحرز في تحقيق أهداف أجندة التنمية المستدامة. وهذا كمان كلام صحيح. تعزيز أنظمة البيانات لتوليد بيانات تساعد على رصد غايات ومؤشرات أهداف التنمية المستدامة المتعلقة بالصحة، ولا سيما بيانات الوفيات لأسباب محددة والمحددات الصحية والمخاطر والحالات المرضية، وبيانات لرصد المكونات الرئيسية للتغطية الصحية الشاملة. إعطاء الأولوية لتحديث نظام الإحصاءات الاقتصادية بما في ذلك تحديث نظام الحسابات القومية SNA 1993 شيخ أمل ولا لا؟ ولا 2008 تحديث العمليات الإحصائية للإحصاءات الاقتصادية والدروس المستفادة من التغيرات في العمل الإحصائي بعد الجائحة بالاعتماد على مصادر بيانات متعددة للاستفادة بشكل أفضل من البيانات الإدارية والسجلات التجارية ومصادر البيانات الجديدة والبيانات الضخمة، وربط البيانات الجزئية اللي هي الماكرو ديتا والترميز الجغرافي ومنصات البيانات المفتوحة لمشاركة البيانات وتبادلها مع ضمان السرية والجودة العالية للإحصاءات. الاستفادة من التجارب الناجحة واختبار مدى تعزيز القدرات للموظفين في مجالات العاملين يعني في مجال الإحصاءات الاقتصادية الجديدة عن طريق التواصل الشبكي عبر النظام الإحصائي الوطني ومع الشبكات الإقليمية والعالمية حول الإحصاءات الاقتصادية. تطوير البنية التحتية لتنقية المعلومات في الأجهزة الإحصائية لضمان سرية البيانات. هذه بشكل أولي البيانات اللي التوصيات اللي جمعت خلال العمل لمدة يومين. الآن أنا ممكن أفتح باب النقاش حول هاي التوصيات. ناخذ مدة خلينا نقول 10 دقائق، وبعدين نسجل. زملائي راح يسجلوا إذا في حدا عنده توصيات إحنا ما سجلناها أو ما تم التقاطها، وبالتالي بنضيفها وبنبدأ نشتغل عليها مثل ما قلنا لكم، وراح نرجع لكم إياها بطريقة أجمل. يعني مين من الزملاء اللي حابب يتفضل عنده إضافة؟ من الزملاء الخبراء، من رؤساء الجلسات، من الناس اللي ممكن عم بيشوفونا على الزوم. إذا في حدا عم بيشوفنا على الزوم ممكن يكتب تشات وزملائي ممكن يلتقطوا هذه التوصيات. طبعا يعني راح يصير في تنقية قوية لاستخدام تعابير أفضل في التوصيات. من هذا الجانب على اليسار أنا مش شايف حدا، اللي بالوسط كمان أنا مش شايف أحد، على اليمين إذا في حدا. ما ديفي عندك شيء؟ ما عندك؟ أوكي. نعم. صح، معك حق. يعني أنا الوقت هو ما بدي أخركم. البلان كانت إنه هاي التوصيات تنطبع تتوزع، أعطيكم 10 دقائق تقروها وبعدين تسجلوا. هذه البلان اللي كانت بصراحة يعني، لكن الوقت عم بداهمنا، صرنا 1:30 إلا 5 تقريبا. إحنا يعني قربنا، بعد معنا شوية وقت يعني إنهاء الجلسات هاي اللي إحنا فيها. على العموم نوعدكم إن شاء الله إنه نشتغل عليهم وناخذ فيدباك أفضل، وخاصة إنه منكم بهالوقت اللي إحنا عم بقوله أنا 10 أيام، يعني إحنا الأحد أو الاثنين إن شاء الله زملائي عم بيسمعوني اللي هن معنيين إنه يحطوا كل هاي البرزنتيشنز على الويب سايت، وبالتالي يكون عندكم مجال تقروهم مرة ثانية تستفيدوا منهم وإذا عندكم. وأنا أشكركم، وبعدين فعلا يعني أنا عاجز عن الشكر على الجهود اللي بذلت خلال هاي اليومين. أنا يعني بدون مجاملة أعتقد أنه ورشة العمل الإقليمية هاي كانت من أجمل وأفضل ورش العمل اللي نفذناها. ليش؟ لأنه إحنا تعلمنا كتير أمور. كتير ناس من الزملاء اللي موجودين بالقاعة سألوني أنتوا نجحتوا بأنكم تعملوا هاي الورشة حضوريا وعن بعد. يعني إحنا فينا عتشات ناخذ أي قضية، وفي أي متدخل ممكن يتدخل كمان، وبنفس الوقت إحنا عم نشتغل بالقاعة. فكتير من الزملاء يعني قالوا لنا شكرا على هاي الطريقة، وهاي الطريقة رح تتعمم بالمستقبل ونستفيد من خبراتنا ومن خبراتكم. وشكرا لكم مرة أخرى.
شكرا دكتور أحمد حسين. والآن نصل إلى ختام فعاليات الورشة مع الدكتور خالد الغرداغي من مدير إدارة نظم المعلومات ومستشار مكتب سعادة رئيس جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء. فليتفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ضيوفنا الأعزاء، الحضور الكريم، بالإصالة عن نفسي وبالنيابة عن سعادة رئيس جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء، نود أن نشكركم جزيل الشكر على مشاركتكم القيمة في هذه الورشة العمل الإقليمية الخاصة بالدور المتغير للإحصاءات الرسمية في دولة قطر. ثقافة البيانات مهمة، والتي تميزت بالفعل بغنى العروض التي تم تناولها والمناقشات التي عقبتها كما تفضل الدكتور أحمد حسين. لقد تناولنا جميعا في ورشتنا هذه العديد من الموضوعات ذات الاهتمام المحلي والإقليمي والعالمي، التي تؤكد على المسؤولية الكبيرة التي يطلع بها جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء في جمع البيانات من المصادر المتعددة وإعدادها وإدارتها ثم نشرها، حيث تم تسليط الضوء بشكل واضح على ضرورة الاستمرار بتحديث الإحصاءات الرسمية وحوكمتها ووضع الاستراتيجيات الكفيلة بإنتاج البيانات المتعلقة بها، وخاصة بقطاعات استراتيجيات التنمية الوطنية الثالثة، ولا سيما جدول أعمال التنمية المستدامة SDGs 2030، وكذلك استخدام منهجيات التحول الرقمي المتعلق بعلوم البيانات والابتكار وبناء قواعد البيانات السحابية Cloud Database القادرة على توفير البيانات للمستخدمين بكافة فئاتهم وتمكينهم أيضاً من الوصول إليها بسهولة ويسر بغية توظيفها في اتخاذ القرارات المبنية على الحقائق. نود أن نشكركم مرة أخرى ونشكر المتحدثين على عروضهم الغنية وعلى التوصيات الهامة التي خرجنا بها، آملين أن تترجم إلى مشاريع تنفيذية تسهم في الارتقاء بمستوى حياة السكان في قطر وفي جميع المنطقة. متمنين أن نستفيد من مخرجات هذه الورشة كل زملائنا في الوزارات والأجهزة الحكومية والجامعات ومراكز البحوث، وأيضاً العاملين في المنظمات غير الحكومية ممثلي البلدان الشقيقة الذين يتمكنوا من حضور هذه الورشة سواء شخصياً أو افتراضياً أونلاين. ولا يفوتني أن أشكر شركائنا الكرام في تنظيم هذه الورشة الإقليمية الفعالة من جمعية قطر الخيرية، وكذلك جامعة حمد بن خليفة عضو من مؤسسة قطر والإسكوا. وفي الختام نتمنى للمسافرين سفراً سالماً وإلى جميع الزملاء نهاية أسبوع سعيدة بإذن الله تعالى، مع كل الشكر والتقدير والتحية لكم جميعاً، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
ندعوكم على المسرح لالتقاط صورة جماعية. ندعوكم على المسرح لالتقاط صورة جماعية للراغبين فليتفضلوا.